Spider Pig, does whatever a spider pig does. Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. He's a pig. Look
He's a pig.
out. He is a spider
He is
pig.
Spider Pig.
Spooderman. We're talking about Spooderman today.
The Spoods. Okay, this movie
Brand new tax
has
returns.
been, yeah, holy cow. Okay, so we have talked several times already about this. How when it comes to like a movie that you see what the budget is, you basically double that budget, and then from there you need to double that number again, so you could see how much a movie needs to make to truly break even
Oh
when
my
you account
God.
for.
Dude,
Dude, it's broke
I
even.
I actually didn't read the number just now. I literally went right past that to get the link to the numbers in Box Office Mojo. I didn't read this. Oh my God.
Today is profit day.
Yesterday was profit day.
No, no. So the thing is, this like they were working, and I'm saying like at the worst, yesterday was like when they broke even.
Yeah.
By the way, that was the third day.
Yes. Today, what is Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Yes, today's the fourth day that this movie has been out.
Yes, there have been. I heard that there was like a select number of screenings on Wednesday for only like specially invited people. But the numbers on this is absolutely insane. Okay, so there we go.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
we
interesting.
got
We usually don't get like like a definite number. So that's interesting. So that would be you're better at math than me. What's 225
promotional. Promotional is 309 million. So technically today is profit day.
matching its secured a record-breaking 309 million in promotional partner value. Wait, no, so that's promotional partner value. What does that mean? I forget what that means.
It generated an all-time record of that. Whatever. What is? Let me. You let me flex my muscles here.
Because what Sony spent was 225 million. They didn't spend 309 million. That is, it says that that's partner value. So I'm not sure what that means, but that means they didn't spend 309 million. They spent 225.
Okay, so promotional partner value is the combined reach, trust, and resource sharing that two or more businesses gain by marketing together. It measures the extra benefit, like new customers, lower ad costs, and higher brand credibility created through a joint campaign that neither brand could achieve alone. Basically, it's teaming up with each other so they can have a further reach. So they did this with 165 companies,
Yeah. So
if I understood that correctly.
in terms of what they spent like 225 million on budget, like making the movie, another 225 million marketing it. And so then the math is you double that to see what they need to break even. So you're
Mhm.
right, they needed 900 million to break even. So yes, today is profit day. They have already started profiting, which that's just there's an entire conversation to be had about like how crazy it is that you need 900 million to break even, how expensive these are to make, but you know when
Yes. But
they're doing it.
yes. But here's the thing.
That's
I think the numbers
insane.
that we're seeing are I think the numbers that we're seeing are definitively proof of how good the previous movie was. The previous
Yes,
Spider-Man movie is said
to an
to
extent,
be
yes.
one of the best Spider-Man movies
I
because of
don't.
what it did.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's one of the best, but I like it a lot. And yes, it's very beloved. Like you put all three Spider-Men in there, like it's gonna be a crowd pleaser.
It did like so even that movie itself, because of how good it was, it progressed Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. It progressed the next like couple things if it had
Yes,
anything to do with Spider-Man in it.
yes, it is currently it currently holds the record for like biggest week opening weekend. Uh,
Yes.
Not just opening, it has the record for biggest gross opening day. So it grossed 157 million dollars its first day in theaters, which is a record. It has now grossed almost $1 billion in its opening weekends. It's probably by the end of today, it's going to break $1 billion. So that's going to be a record. So like this thing is setting
Yes.
records all over the place.
And here's the crazy part, okay?
Oh, and it set the record for highest pre-sales.
I would understand that, definitely. Here's the other part that's crazy, okay? We have had a huge movie come out over the last couple weeks. Obviously, Favor and I have spoken a lot about this movie and talk about the Odyssey here. That movie in itself grossed in the time that it has been in theaters less than what Spider-Man has already grossed.
Yes, it is currently sitting at 911 million, which is more than I was
Yes.
expecting. The the Odyssey is now guaranteed to make more than $1 billion, which I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to top out at 800 million, maybe 900 million at most, but now I feel
It's
in
coming to the end of its box office run though. That's it.
yeah,
Because
I
it'll
I
be in the
don't
theaters for 3 4 weeks, maybe.
no with how well it's doing, they'll probably keep it in theaters for a while. The better a
Okay.
movie does, the longer it's in theaters. So I'm assuming it'll be in theaters for a while. I knock on wood. I didn't think it would make this much money. Like Odyssey's already made more than I thought it would, but I don't think it'll make too much more. It's guaranteed to break $1 billion. I don't think it's gonna get much higher than $1 billion, but I also didn't think it would break $1 billion, so it might prove me wrong again. We'll see. I thought it would
Yes,
gross.
but
I thought it was gonna gross $100 million its opening weekend, and it made like 300. So I've been wrong every step of the way so far.
now let's step away from that tragedy and let's step back into the current brand new day. And so um what we can tell by this, I want to know what you think. Do you think this can make 1.5?
It's the question. Dude, it's gonna make $1 billion. It's gonna break $1 billion tonight. The question is gonna be if it breaks $2 billion. I think it's guaranteed to make like I need like let me do some research. What is the average uh drop to week drop for Marvel movies?
It's probably not that high.
The average drop from first weekend to second weekend is 55 to 60%. So dude, let's round it up further than that. Let's round it up and say 50% drop. Let's say Spider-Man Brand New Day has a 50% drop next weekend. It made $1 billion
It's
this
going to
weekend. So
billion five.
yeah, so that means like next weekend, even if they lose 50% of their audience next weekend, they will break 1.5 billion in 2 weeks. So the
And
question
that the thing
is,
is this though, there are many people that you and I watch that really like this movie. And obviously,
yes.
with every movie it has its issues and stuff, but with that though, you can also see that people wanted a good movie or they just wanted Spider-Man. And guess what they got? They got Spider-Man. And
Yeah.
this time, Spider-Man actually looked like Spider-Man instead of Spider-Boy.
That is so interesting you say that. I was never bothered, by the way. I've heard a lot of people talk at how like the Spider-Man suit in this one is the best it's ever looked, and how accurate Spider-Man is in the comics to this movie. I never thought he was that far off from the comics in any of the MCU stuff. Um, so like,
I'm the way I'm referring to is his general demeanor and the way that Tom Holland portrays Spider-Man.
oh sure. Well,
So from
if
what
you're
I,
talking
I
about
like,
that,
I went and saw Far From Home, and I went and saw No Way Home, and the two of them, you could see obviously the childish tendencies and all that stuff. Where in this one, you can see he's definitely matured.
well, I don't know if I agree with you on that one entirely, but we can get to that in the discussion.
Sure.
But so I
And
guess go ahead.
no, you go ahead. You got.
Well, I was about to transition us into the
Oh,
main talk discussion. So say what you're going to say.
uh, so for me though, like I like how Tom Holland did in this movie. I like a few things about this movie, but from this point forward, we're gonna get into some heavy spoilers. And so if
Yes.
you have not watched this movie and
Well,
you do not
let me
want to know,
hold on real quick. We'll do a quick spoiler free like thoughts, like one sentence summary. Then we can get
okay,
into spoilers. But to sort of like round it off, that is to say, this movie's doing great. It's going to break 1 billion today. It'll make at least 1.5 billion by next weekend. This movie's going to be a success no matter what. Um, and it's insane. Spider-Man's the most popular superhero right now, both in the comics and in movies. The He and Batman are the if you look at the numbers that from like the comic industry and what comics sell the most right now, it's Batman and Spider-Man. They are the two most popular, bar none. Uh, so I was I was never going to be surprised that this movie was going to be a success. I am surprised by how successful it is, though. I never would have predicted this. I would have predicted
yeah,
this. I would have predicted this number 927 million next weekend, 2 weeks in, and this has happened in 1 weekend. That's insane. This movie, regardless of what you and I think and what we talk about in this podcast, it is a cultural force right now in a way I never could have predicted. Um, I never would have predicted a Spider-Man movie could do this well, especially because this is doing better than No Way Home, and No Way Home had the other two had Toby and Andrew in it. So this is insane.
yes,
Um, so props to Spooderman for doing this. I'm not entirely sure how they've managed to get this much goodwill in 4 days, but as I say, this movie is going insane. Props to them. Now, quick spoiler-free thoughts. Do you want to go first?
yeah, I could go first. I think this is a for someone who isn't a huge nerd who likes the MCU style movies or has liked any of the Tom Holland um, Spider-Man movies. I think this one will be up your alley. I really think that you'll get some enjoyment out of it because there are things about it that really can be for anyone. I say that hesitantly, but I can tell you I have a lot of problems with it because I just start thinking about the story, the plot. And so there is a lot it is an infuriating amount of problems with this, and it causes me to be incredibly harsh about the movie. But I do have to remember that it's Spider-Man and it's meant for normies or it's meant for whoever wants to watch it. And I understand if you think this movie's great, more power to you. I'm not going to hate on you for that, but I am going to tell you maybe you should be observant of some of the problems that you can find in this movie that may not make sense.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I feel somewhat similar to you. I watched this movie opening night with a friend of mine, and he loved it. Granted, he also came to the premiere in a Spider-Man mask, so I think he was a little bit predisposed to liking it. But he loved it. He was telling me today when I saw him that he thinks the movie's an 8 out of 10. He liked it a whole bunch. Um, Me, I'm sort of thinking of this in two different minds. I'm of two minds, which is on the one hand, let's just talk about how much I enjoyed it. In terms of how much I enjoyed it, this movie's probably like a 6 of 10 for me. I had fun. It's 2.5 hours, and it does not need to be 2.5 hours. It is way too long for the amount of story they have. There were legitimately parts of this movie where I was on the verge of falling asleep. because of how slow parts of it are. And then there are some parts of this movie that are like, as people are saying online, some of the best Spider-Man action you could ask for. So it's like sort of a roller coaster in that sense. One minute I'm sort of like completely zoned in, locked into the screen, paying attention to everything because of like all the well choreographed action, and then the next minute I'm like slumped in my seat in the movie theater, like struggling to stay awake. So like from that perspective, there are parts of it I enjoyed, there are parts of it I didn't. In terms of how good I think it is from a filmmaking standpoint, I'm sitting at like a 4 out of 10 right now. In the theater, I was sort of trying to keep track of everything that was going on and sort of like very much of the mind that there were lots of things I was observing that probably weren't going to make sense if I thought about them for too long. And in preparing for this episode, I've been thinking about them self for very long. And yeah, this is a movie that the more you think about it, the less sense it's going to make. Um, Now, what we're seeing with the way people are talking and reacting to it online, there are lots of people who are loving it because I think it's a movie that's designed to please crowds. I don't think it's a movie that's going to stand up on repeat viewings, though. I think the more you go back and rewatch it, the more you're going to like notice one, those scenes I mentioned that like are very boring and nearly put me to sleep. I don't think I'm going to like this movie on a second viewing. I think the 6 out of 10 is going to keep going down on my enjoyment scale because I'm just going to rewatch it, and like the parts that bore me are going to be even more boring now that I've seen them before in that sense. And the more I rewatch it, the more I'll be able to like really continue reassessing all the parts that I already think don't make sense, and those parts are probably going to get even more egregious. And so I think that this is a movie that is benefiting a lot right now from new car smell. I think a lot of people are just excited to have a new Spider-Man movie. And I think that within the next 2 weeks, we're going to see a lot of people. And this has happened with a lot of Marvel movies, by the way. Like it happened with Thunderbolts, it happened with Doctor Strange 2, it happened with Fantastic Four. All these movies they come out, and for the first like 2 weeks, people are like, that was the greatest movie ever. Marvel's so back. They finally fixed everything. And then you hit week three, and they're like, man, that movie was kind of crap, wasn't it? I hope Marvel gets their crap together. And so, like, I think that's going to happen with this movie. I think we're going to hit the 3 week mark, and all of a sudden, all the people who are just singing this movie's praises online are going to all of a sudden, at the same time, like a hive mind, just be like, man, that movie was kind of crap, wasn't it? And that's
Yeah,
my thoughts.
I'm kind of on the same boat with you on that. My now initially uh after
Are you
watching
get
the movie, like
are you going to get in depth
I'm
now?
not no, I'm not gonna get into. I said initially, you gave a
Okay.
number, like you gave a
Yeah.
6 out of 10. I'm a little bit more like particular, like a little bit more, and so like for me, a 6.2
Mm.
because there were points that were enjoyable, but because of all the other things on top of that, it just continually pushed that further and further down. Now, I really think that at this point we could probably start getting into some depth on this. So
Yes, I would
now
say
is
from
the
here on out,
spoilers.
spoilers. Yeah. Um,
Yes.
and
And
I'm gonna go ahead and say we're probably not going. This is not going to be a thing where we like come out of the spoiler section. Like this is just blanket spoilers for the rest of this episode.
yes.
So
Now I personally just watched the movie today, and myself, I like I've mentioned before, I am in a different country right now. I am in a country that it's not very easy to get to a movie theater, especially with my vehicle situation. I've got a lot of problems with it.
uh,
But with that, I also have um, not the like I don't have the time, yet I also don't have necessarily the funds or the ability to get there and be able to watch a movie and sit there and hope it's in English and not in a foreign language. And so it's like well, what can I do? And so I ended up finding it on a site online. Someone's already done it. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna watch it because I really want to prepare for this because this is like you have said, it's become a cultural kind of phenomenon right now. How this movie has just hit the cultural zeitgeist and gone crazy.
Yeah.
And so a lot of what I did was as I was watching it, I would pause, do a little bit of research on if something didn't seem right to me to clarify whether this whether whether what was mentioned was canonical to the comics or canonical to some form of comic. Uh, and then I would write down my statement on it and give some information. Mind you, everything that I researched, it's a simple Google search away. It's not rocket scientist like stuff. All of us can access this information. If we took the time to do the exact same thing as I did, as like if anyone did this, they would be able to find the same problems I did. And just walking through the movie, it was at a certain point I got incredibly bored of getting notes because I was just like, can I just get this movie over with?
Mm.
Just because there were so many problems. And I think I think at less than an hour I had a full page of notes of things that I thought were either like there was a couple good things I did notice, but uh other than that, everything else was wrong or something that didn't make sense. So, how would you like to start with this favor?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've got my own list, but mine's more of a bullet point list than yours. So I guess what we'll do is we'll start with a basic summary. So the way No Way Home, the last Spider-Man movie, ended was Peter. Peter's identity was leaked to the public by Mysterio, and so he tried to get Doctor Strange to cast a spell to make the public forget his identity. It went wrong. That summoned the other multiverse Spider-Man into his universe, and at the end of the movie, and other multiverse of Spider-Man villains. And at the end of the movie, it turned out that the spell was going crazy and was going to just keep bringing more people from the multiverse into their universe. And so to make it stop, Doctor Strange had to cast a new spell which would make everyone forget Spider-Man's identity. So everyone's forgotten Peter Parker. And at the end of the movie, he's going to like try and get his friends to remember him, which he told them that he would do. And at the last minute, he sort of reconsiders and he realizes them knowing me puts them in danger. It would be better for them if I kept myself anonymous and stayed out of their life, which is probably the thing that most, aside from just the other Spider-Man being in there, being a super crowd pleaser, the biggest compliment everyone has to No Way Home is the ending where Spider-Man decides to make the biggest sacrifice he possibly could and allow the world to forget Peter Parker. He leaves his friends and his girlfriend behind. He leaves his life behind. He leaves his connections to the Avengers behind. He's left with nothing because he doesn't. No one remembers who he is. He's got no connections. He's completely street level. He's lost everything. And everyone's like, that's Spider Man. That is Spider Man giving up everything he has for the sake of the people he cares about and for the sake of being a hero. Um, and that was the biggest compliment people had. That's a lot of people's favorite sort of plot point from the original Spider-Man home trilogy in the MCU. So we come into this movie. It's been 4 years since then. Um,
No, actually, so it starts out a year
it montages over
after.
it montages over four
Yes,
years. Yeah. It montages over 4 years of him being Spider-Man, fighting his rogues gallery. They show Scorpion, they show Tarantula, they show Ramrod, and there's one other guy. It's probably listed on here.
Tombstone.
Tombstone, yes, but there was another one besides Tombstone. Let me see. It's probably listed on the wiki.
Tombstone, Tarantula,
Boomerang,
Boomerang. Yes.
Scorpion, Tombstone, Tarantula, Boomerang, Ramrod, and the Hand. Which the Hand is an interesting one. The Hand's not a Spider-Man villain; they're Daredevil villains. I don't know why they're in this.
Yes, from the Frank Miller era, which is the good era of Daredevil.
Yeah. And so they sort of montage over him beating a bunch of his rogues gallery. And then we sort of the story actually starts 4 years on. Spider-Man has been missing Ned and MJ, his best friend and girlfriend, so he starts stalking them. And eventually accidentally ends up dragging them back into the main story that's happening here because he is stalking them. The main story being there is a psychic, someone with telekinesis who can possess people, who is attacking the
Telepathy.
department.
It's telepathy, not telekinesis. One is
Yes,
being able to
telepathy.
manipulate items with your mind and lift them up and all that stuff. The other one is taking over the minds.
No, I do know the difference.
Tele-
I'm saying I said telekinesis because that telekinesis is one of her powers in the comics, but you're right that she doesn't use that
yes.
in this movie. Um, Telepathy. She's been possessing people to try to get information on the Department of Damage Control, which is a government organization that is dedicated to cleaning up cities after the Avengers have had fights there. And so he drags Ned and MJ into this sort of mystery that's going on with this psychic person as he's trying to figure out who it is. The Punisher's also involved, and that's sort of like the most broad strokes summary I could give. I emphasized in that summary that he is stalking Ned and MJ because I think it is entirely fair to call it that what he is doing. Um, and that can basically bring us to my first problem with this movie, something that I had a problem with immediately, which is this movie completely, I don't know if it just doesn't understand or just doesn't care about or just doesn't respect the ending of No Way Home. The ending of No Way Home is like Peter Parker truly, as you talked about Spider Boy becoming Spider Man, he leaves behind his former connections and friendships because he knows that that's the thing that's necessary to do to keep them safe. And this movie is basically about in the 4 years that he has been growing since then. He's basically just gone back on everything, and he just wants his high school girlfriend and his best friend back, and he just can't let them go. And he hasn't made any new friends. He's living completely on his own like a hobo. He's like a hermit. So he's living completely on his own, hasn't tried to make any new friends, hasn't like gotten a new girlfriend or anything. And he's just spent those 4 years pining after his high school best friend and his high school girlfriend. And I there's not a problem with having it be established that he is sort of depressed that he had to leave that all behind. But like the point of the ending of No Way Home is he knew that that was necessary, and it's Spider-Man doing what is necessary, even though it breaks his heart. And this movie's just basically like, yeah, he, yeah, that's what's the right thing to do. But he's just so sad. He's just so sad. He should get
Yeah.
back together with MJ. He should get back together with Ned. He's just so sad. Just let him. He should just let himself. He should just let himself have this and get back together with MJ. It's like, dude, this is so cringe. Like this is. It's the exact same problem as Endgame, where at the end of Endgame, Captain America abandons the Avengers to go back in time and marry Peggy Carter. It's like that's not what Captain America would do. Like, yeah, it breaks his heart that he can't have a normal life, but Captain America is like a paragon. Like that, like he makes the tough decisions that normal humans couldn't. That's what Spider-Man's supposed to do too. And this movie's like, yeah, but it is hard. It's a hard decision to let go of. Is there really a woman better than Zendaya? Like, just let him have this. Come on. And it's like, dude, I
Yeah,
that
actually there
already.
is, and she appears in this movie. It's the woman who lived in the building with him that he just completely ignored and basically did nothing about. And like literally, that was one of my first points too. Is like his unwillingness to get off of this like sulking in a corner is like truly ruining the mood. It's been
Yeah.
4 years. You've not any form of therapy. All you do is living in you are basically Asmongold without a Twitch community or friends. You're just some like guy in a like some weird apartment, and like this girl
An
who
apartment which I
is
don't
in
I
this.
don't know how he pays for it. They
Nobody knows how he pays for it.
they basically say at one point like he's working with the police and like the basically the police commissioner, basically his Jim Gordon, like Spider-Man has a Jim Gordon in this movie, some woman named DeWolf, and like Commissioner DeWolf is she mentions at one point like, dude, you need to. She says, Spidey, you need to take a break. You work too much. And she's talking about his work as Spider Man. Like he doesn't have a job. He's Spider Man 24/7, and he's living in a studio apartment in like downtown Manhattan or something. And I looked it up. The average price for a studio apartment in Manhattan or Brooklyn or wherever you want to say it is somewhere in New York City. It's not a suburb. The average price is around $4,000 a month. It's like I don't know how he's paying for that. I don't know how he's
Well,
paying for
so
anything.
I can kind of counteract that a little bit on you, and that is he said when he went to go rent the apartment from the guy said, "This place smells like asbestos, and also this is mainly where we only store stuff." And so it's literally like a storage attic. And so he did
Well,
what he could to make it a livable place, but still, you're going to get charged at minimum $2,500 a month.
yeah, like at minimum he's paying more money to live there than I probably had to pay to live anywhere I've ever lived because of how exorbitantly expensive it is to live in New York. And
His rent. So all my jobs that I've ever had, I didn't make always the greatest money, but at the same time, I made money that I could live. I was not uncomfortable. I could buy things and do what I wanted, but I wasn't able to always buy them immediately. And his rent, I can tell you, in that apartment was more than I ever made in a month.
yeah, so like I'll just say this because neither of us live there anymore. We both moved away since then, but we were living in Tennessee when we met each other. And like the most expensive I've ever seen rent in Tennessee is like right now, because lots of people are moving to Tennessee, rent's going up in a lot of places. The most expensive I've ever seen rents in Tennessee is probably in Nashville. It can get up to like $1,700 or something like that. Like, because Nashville's
Maybe Memphis as well.
yeah, so because Nashville and Memphis are major cities, so it's like the most expensive place I've ever seen in Tennessee is still cheaper than the cheapest place in New York. And even if Spider-Man Brand New Day were set in Nashville, Tennessee, and Peter was living in like a rundown apartment in like the worst part of Nashville, so like let's say that his rent is like $1,400, I would still be looking at that and asking, how does he pay for this? He doesn't seem to work a job. He's got all this tech. He's got an
Yeah.
AI. He's got a 3D printer that he uses to make his suits and his gadgets because he's got web shooters. He's got web bombs. He's got his AI. He's got his like lit. He's got his like adjustable lenses in his spider suit. He has to make multiple spider suits. Like so, all of his money presumably is going towards his tech, both in the sense of his suit tech and his police scanner tech that he uses to keep track of crimes. So all of his money is going to that.
And
A lot of
DoorDash.
it's
And
yeah, and
DoorDash.
yeah, and I was about to say and to food. So like technology for Spider-Man, food to live off of. It's like and he doesn't seem to work a job. I have no idea how he would pay. I wouldn't believe that he could pay for rent in Tennessee, let alone New York City. Like and I
I
was
don't
I
think
was
he could afford rent in West Virginia, which is the cheapest state in the entire union.
which is to
Like,
go on to say something you said during your summary is that one of the reasons you think people are loving this movie is because it's giving them Spider-Man. And I remember a big criticism of the Spider-Man Homecoming trilogy was that an essential part of Peter Parker's story to a lot of people is that he has to be poor. He has to be poor and struggling to get by, working a job at the Daily Bugle to just barely pay his bills because while he's doing Spider-Man on the side. Lots of people are criticizing like he's in the MCU, he's an apprentice of Tony Stark, so he gets all of his tech from Tony Stark. Tony Stark is paying for a lot of his stuff. He's giving him scholarships, and like Peter Parker is just living off of Tony Stark's money. He's just benefiting from all this stuff. That's not Spider-Man. Spider-Man should be poor. He should be on welfare. He should be struggling to survive. He should be depressed. He should be on the verge of suicide all the time. Spider-Man should hate his life. Spider-Man should be miserable. Like that's what makes Spider-Man Spider-Man. So like when he lost everything at the end of No Way Home, people were like, "Yes, we're finally going to get real Spider-Man. We're going to get depressed. We're going to get poor. We're going to get him homeless. We're going to get homeless Spider-Man. Spider-Man 4, it's going to be called Spider-Man Homeless. Let's go." And then this movie comes out, and everyone's loving it because of, and they're saying it's like the Spider-Man they want. I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is no different from the first trilogy they did. He's still got all the high tech. He's still got all his apartment is about the same size as the one he had with Aunt May. He's still got all these benefits, and it coasts by sort of implying to you that like he has all this stuff and he's paying for it himself instead of Tony Stark. But it's disingenuous because I'm like, how is he paying for it though? Where is he getting the money from? I've seen people online theorize that the way he's paying for it is that like even though the world's forgotten Spider-Man, like because Spider-Man was associated with Tony Stark, like they'd not forgotten Spider-Man, so they'd remember that Spider-Man worked with the Avengers and Spider-Man worked with Iron Man. So there are theories online that Peter's getting his money because Spider-Man would have an account with the Avengers and the Avengers is paying him a salary. It's like at that point it's like your theory to explain this is just going back to what you said you hated about the first trilogy, which is that he's getting all of his money from Tony and the Avengers instead of making the money himself. So like that was on my mind this entire movie of just like how is he paying for all of this? Like they just don't they're not concerned to explain it.
Yeah, and it's like it's something I didn't necessarily pay attention to, and it's just because the movie is trying to constantly. So I believe the movie is constantly trying to feed people on the dopamine high of things because it one of my major problems I had with the movie is the flip flopping back and forth between these different story beats and story moments and things that kind of make sense. What the heck is this character doing here? Like
Yeah,
all
this
this. And
movie
it's
is like
just,
three different movies in one.
yes. And I think for me, like, that's like, if part of me was thinking like I really wasn't worried about him like doing this. I was more worried about like, hey, you guys are trying to tell a story here, and it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to tell this story to what you think it should be told to. Like it sounds like you're going to really, really screw up here in a second because of because of how many stories you're trying to tell all at the same time. Uh, And I believe, like, in my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion. I know a lot of people are going to be not the most friendly about this opinion, but I don't think you needed Ned and MJ in this movie.
No, you didn't. You absolutely did not. That was like
And
the first thing when the first trailers for this movie came out like a year ago. It almost got me to not watch the movie when the first trailers came out like a year ago and I saw Ned and MJ in this because like it just feels like such a cop out. Like it seeing them back in this movie just feels like one of two things. I got a lot of speculation on why Ned and MJ are in this, which we can get into later, but I totally agree with you. I'm actually more extreme than you. You say you don't think they were necessary. I actually think it was necessary to not have them. I think having them ruins the ending of No Way Home. Like I said, the point of that is Peter completely severs any chance of getting of like reforging a relationship with them because he's realized that's what's necessary to keep them safe.
I
That's Peter going from Spider Boy to Spider Man, and this movie is him going back to being Spider Boy.
yes, and I personally, so here's what I think I would have been better. You know, you could have had a little bit more explanation in the 4-year period. You could have shown a lot more stuff in that. And we could have really, really expanded upon this 4 year gap instead of having a 4 year gap of watching Ned and MJ go to MIT. Spoilers, they go to MIT and graduate. Um,
Yeah. Which,
um,
by the way, what you're describing, that a movie set in that 4 year gap, is the movie that people are saying this movie was, and that they were saying they wanted before it came out. Peter, after having
yes.
lost everything, becoming just a ground level hero and sort of gradually working his way out. Like the 4 year, like, let's presumably, the movie doesn't want us to actually think that Peter just doesn't have a job. They want us to assume he does something to make money. They're just not going to show us because for some reason they haven't figured out what it was, or they don't want to waste time with it. The movie set in that 4 year gap would have been Peter finding out how to make Spider Man work while also making Peter Parker's life work so that he can make money and live. Like, and like fighting the street
And
level villains. Like, yeah.
the perfect villain for me, I think honestly, they could have took that 4 year period and turned it in 3 movies. Easy.
Yeah.
They
Well,
could
I
have done it.
remember.
They could have like taken a whole section and did like so they had Tarantula. They had because Tarantula is one of his bigger like villains that he has to deal with. He also has
Wild
Scorponok
talking of Scorpion.
or
Scorponok's the Transformer.
Scorpion. My bad, wrong one. I get the name mixed up often.
But what you're talking about, Wild, is I'm just going crazy here. I know we all love Ned Leeds. I know we all love his comic relief friend from high school. Ned Leeds is just so amazing. I know it's such a big sacrifice to get rid of that dude, but I'm just speculating, Wild. We get Ned we get Ned Leeds out. We have a trilogy set in that 4 year time jump. Maybe we can have it be that while Peter is Spider-Man, maybe he decides to, I don't know, go to college. Maybe he can go to college, and maybe, I don't know, he goes to college and he moves in the first day, and he meets his roommate,
His
and his
roommate
his
is
roommate's like, hey man, my name's Harry Osborn. Good to meet you. It's like, oh my gosh, the Osborns are here. Oh my gosh. And Peter, having just gone through No Way Home, can be like, Osborn? You mean like Norman Osborn? And he has the meta knowledge now of all that. I don't know. People have been asking for 3 years. That was one of the biggest criticisms. Again, I keep talking about why people didn't like the first trilogy. One of the biggest criticisms was, where's Harry? Where's Norman? Where are the Osborns? Maybe the college trilogy could explain where the Osborns have been. I don't know. Just a
yes.
thought. Maybe
And
introduce new
and that
characters. Yeah.
like you bring that up, and I'm just like everyone I've heard has mentioned this. Like I watched Nerd FNT Friday Night Tights stream, and then I've before the we started the recording here, I started listening to EFAP's uh, discussion on this, and every one of them, like I really feel that they all really believed that if you just would have brought the Osbournes into this, if you would have swooned in with this like Harry Osborn story, it would have changed things entirely. But what I noticed as you progress through the movie, they've got like 5 or 6 comic book stories they're pulling from. Not to mention, they also have continuity that they're pulling from the MCU and how it built things that was inaccurate to the comics. So it's just everything is a huge web of a mess, and not to be like a pun here, but like it is literally, it's so hard to keep track of everything. And
Yeah.
if they would have stuck to, like you had said, a college arc, like, okay, let's take for example, okay, the original trilogy with Tobey Maguire. Movie one, um, we got high school Peter Parker. Movie two, we got college Peter Parker and really trying to do some work into uh, like getting a part time job and
Yeah.
getting a job doing something. which
Yeah.
is when he starts working for the Daily Bugle and J. Jonah Jameson, another character who doesn't show up in this movie.
Yeah, they put him in No Way
And
Home. Dude, how funny would it be because they made J. Jonah Jameson an Alex Jones parody in No Way Home? Dude, imagine this Peter Parker working as like an intern for J. Jonah Jameson, Alex Jones for his InfoWar podcast. That would be hilarious.
yeah, but you don't add some of the most iconic characters to this trilogy, and instead, big spoilers here, you start adding characters from the MCU universe, so you could kind of like shoehorn in that there's this relationship going on between Sony Spider-Man and Marvel. Primest of examples. What the heck is Punisher doing here?
Yeah. Dude, I'll
Like,
get to Punisher in a minute because
I I love Punisher. I love how John Bernthal portrays Punisher. In season one, that was on the Netflix show.
yeah, I was about to say I just watched Netflix Daredevil for the first time this year, and he's awesome in Daredevil, and he is
Yes.
lame in this,
Yes. It's like he's lost all of his agency.
which is no
Like
doubt
he
partially because this is a PG-13 movie, and you can't have Punisher.
well, I can tell you this. There was a thing I did notice. There was a lot of GDs in this movie. Everybody and their brother had to say God's name in vain.
I noticed that too.
Everybody.
Uh,
And
yeah,
I think it's like, well, we can't get away with saying the F word because at one point we saw Punisher getting ready to drop it, and Peter webbed
webbed
them
his
on the
mouth shut.
mouth.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is I'm just like, okay, haha, good
which
one
is
there.
also,
But
dude, PG-13. You get one F-bomb in PG-13 anyway, and they didn't even do it.
let's be honest here. If you're going to allow any character in this movie to drop the F bomb, it's freaking Punisher. He's
Yeah,
the only one who would truly use it to its finest degree.
yeah,
Um, But with that, I feel like this is a good segue point into mentioning that we have these fight scenes that we've started to see in this, flashing back to this 4 year time gap where it could have been something. Instead, what we had was a massive montage of fight scenes between various villains that he faced off against: Tarantula, Tombstone,
Boomerang,
Scorpion,
Ramrod.
Boomerang, and the other guy. Okay. And so we did have like some people show up. They were like, oh, cool. We got like the bad guys that we know about. And
And then we never saw them
from what
again.
Sure, we never saw them yet. But at the same time, I can tell you that a lot of people who were a big fan of the PS4 Spider-Man game, not Spider-Man 2, but Spider-Man 1, would recognize that a lot of the fight sequences, how they worked out, actually felt like some of the game sequences, how Spider-Man
Yeah,
would jump around and fight
they
and
took
stuff.
a lot
That
of the choreography in this directly from the game. Yes.
and I feel like that's where they were trying to entertain that audience. It's like, hey, we got people who came to this because they were playing the game on PS4 and they're like, let's entertain these people. You've got the people who are like, oh, I love a love story, so let's have this romance between MJ and Peter.
Yeah,
You've got the like Bud.
it's gotta be MJ. Like it can't be Black Cat. It can't be Gwen Stacy.
Yes.
It can't be any of these women who aren't Zendaya. Get these not Zendayas out of here. We don't want them. We only want Zendaya. Get her back in here.
Yes. But at the same time, we
Dude,
had to
I
force in these
dude,
stories. And
I'm hold on. I'm imagining a scene of Peter interning for Alex Jones, J. Jonah Jameson. He's like, "We need to get Spider-Man out of here. He's turning the freaking spiders gay."
we need to get Spider-Man out of here. Turn the freaking spiders gay. But so I think in this time period, like we have a thing of like these video game depictions of Spider-Man. And the fight sequences, I can tell you, a lot of the fight sequences in this movie, pretty solid. Pretty dang
Yes,
solid.
that's
And
the that's
I like how they connected back to a lot of what this video game like this video games like brought these emotions in these people. But here's the biggest problem. The movie only has these fight sequences going for it. Everything else is very flimsy, filled with potholes, and that's why my initial rating of a 6.2 is the way it is. Like there's too much
yeah.
problem with it. And
The
so
like
as we
literally
dive
the only compliments I've seen people paying for this, which I unequivocally agree with, are the fight scenes. The choreography is very good, and I have no notes about that.
and now I will say also one of the things I did hear from the people on FNT was that we actually got a lot of Spider-Man in this movie. Peter wore the mask so
Yes.
much.
Yes, that was something I
And
noticed too. That
that's a
mask
cool
was on a
aspect.
lot, and I do like that. Yeah. Lots of actors these days insist on not having the mask on so you can see their face. And that is one way that I do believe that Tom Holland cares about and respects the character in these movies is that he's willing to keep the mask on for huge portions of it. Now, I have a lot of criticisms about Tom Holland and the way he's handled this character in other ways, but we'll get to those eventually.
Yes. Now I think we could start kind of progressing through the storyline itself. So
Also,
obviously we had the
oh, wait, I don't have any other place to talk about this, but it is in my notes, and like this is the perfect segue for it right now. Compliments to the mask being on. That's great. I did notice something in this movie, and I saw other people commenting about it online, which confirmed to me I wasn't imagining it. That's a real mask he's wearing. Obviously, it's a real suit that he's wearing, which is notable because his suit was actually CGI in a lot of the other movies, like the Iron Spider suit and stuff like that. So he's wearing a
yes.
physical suit, which is great. But whenever he puts the mask on, the shots of him pulling the mask over his face are CGI. I noticed it in the theater.
Yes. I
I thought I
noticed
was
it
imagining it, but it
what
is
scene was
CGI.
that?
I think
He
it's
was on
in
the
yes,
roof on one he was on the roof at one point. I remember seeing him. He was running off. It was a little bit like it was sunny out. He's
yeah,
running off at the top of one of these buildings, and he goes to pull the mask over his head. And I was just like, that physically didn't look right
yeah. No, it didn't
because
look.
how did it hook on your head
Yeah, no,
from the
I
back?
I know exactly the scene you're talking about because I think it's CGI in every scene where he puts it on, but the one you're talking about is the one where I really noticed it, where it's like it looked like the mask sort of just like teleported over his head rather than him pulling a physical
Yes,
mask on.
or it looked like it kind of just melted onto his head.
Yes, that's exactly the word. It looked like it melted onto his head. And I assume the reason for that, I was thinking about it last night. I was like, I don't know. It's so weird. It's so stupid that they would CGI just him putting on the mask. But then I realized, like, I know exactly why. It's because I bet if they tried to film that scene with him pulling the physical mask over his head, I bet you, like, because he's pulling it from the back of his head to the front, I bet you it got his bangs in his eyes so that he couldn't see in the mask. I bet you that's what it was.
Yeah.
Like, they couldn't do it smoothly that way, so they just CGI'd it so they could have the cool looking shot of him pulling it forward without like the awkwardness of him having to reach up into the mask after he's pulled it on to push the hair out of his eyes.
Well, we have to remember how Toby put his mask on.
Yeah, he
Toby,
put it on front to back.
it was front to back, and he would pull it on. It was like there was a seam down the middle and the back of it,
Yeah,
and that's what kind of like helped it like suction onto his head. If they would go back to that concept, it would make the problem go away instantaneously, and you would be able to have him do the seamless throwing the mask on super quick, like Toby was able to do back in those
yeah,
days.
that would fix it, but they didn't do that. I know because they thought the shot of him pulling it forward probably looked cooler than him like pulling it backward on. They thought the shot looked cooler is the reason they did it that way,
Yeah,
guaranteed. So
it's just one of those things. So we have
yeah.
all these different scenes leading in this montage, and so then we get some like information from uh whoever Detective DeWolf is, which one of the strange things I noticed, okay, she's DeWolf, okay? DeWolf, okay?
I didn't know
The
Dave
very
Filoni wrote
American
this
stuff.
movie.
What? Oh, I get it. Yes, yes. Ah, okay. I okay. DeWolf. What I hear in that name is I hear a very American style name. It may be something slightly Italian or something of that nature. Why is
Sure.
this woman in the very beginning of the movie speaking with Hispanic notes and words? Why?
I hadn't thought
It
about
doesn't
that.
make sense. It doesn't. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like you have a person's name, is she looks like a black woman. That's what she looks like. She looks like a black woman. Why she's speaking Hispanic and sometimes.
Well, I can tell you the
Now,
reason. The
go
reason her
ahead.
name is DeWolf is because, as you can see in the original comics, she was a white character. So, like, the fact that she's got a name that doesn't match probably her ethnic background is because of that. And which, it's a modern day Marvel movie. Like, characters are going to get race swapped. Like, it is what it is.
Representation, representation.
It is what it is.
Gotta have it.
I don't know, dude. My big note on DeWolf, well, my biggest note on DeWolf is I don't have notes on her because, like, that's just not a character that had any interest to me. Like, that character's just there.
Yeah.
Discounts Jim
Now
Gordon.
this that was just like off the cuff. Like as we were talking through, I'm like, I need to mention DeWolf because like it just doesn't make sense. And her character is like this motherly mentor figure that I really she feels so out of place in the movie. Um, like it is if they were like, we killed May. What do we do now when we need Peter to talk to somebody? Oh, let's throw in another woman.
I hadn't considered
So
that.
like,
I can see what you're talking about. I hadn't thought about that. I can see what I felt more like they just put her in as a plot device to sort of like explain Spider-Man being to act with impunity because like a big part of like most Spider-Man stories is that he's kind of off on his own, and like that makes it way easier for like him to sort of get wrapped up in sort of like police related stuff in the sense that like he doesn't have an insider who can sort of like guarantee him access to certain things. And I felt like DeWolf's inclusion in this was just for the sake of making it easier because like him having an in at the police department who can feed him information and sort of like send him off, like set him on the right track. And in the case of one plot point in this movie, um, there's a part in this movie where Peter goes crazy and slams one of his villains into a cop car and nearly kills the cop driving it by accident. I'll get to why he does that in a minute. But he nearly kills a cop by accident, and DeWolf is like, Spider-Man, you gotta go home. I can't like you do this again, and I gotta bring you in. And it's like that's the reason DeWolf is in this, so that Peter can make mistakes like that, and it can be like, well, why aren't the police trying to arrest him when he's obviously sometimes a danger to the public? It's like, oh, because he's got someone protecting him in the
okay.
in the police force. DeWolf just felt like a plot
So
device to me.
so with DeWolf, that leads us to like so one of the things that we notice in the movie is Peter has a connection on his phone. Also, fun fact, that was a nice product placement they had there. It was a Samsung Flip,
Yeah, I mean, it's a
which
nice product placement in the sense.
I've been kind of wanting to get one of those, and at the same time, it's like, hey, good product placement there. I like what you did, smart. Okay,
Well, it's
but
good
so
product placement in the sense of like, dude, this has nothing to do with the movie, dude. Flip flip phone touchscreen phones like that just they don't look right to me. Like though they I know they're probably not, but I feel like a flip phone touchscreen would just be so fragile. Like there's something about them that
they've
puts me
actually
off.
manufactured. They've had to like work on the screen. So like that particular model is
Yeah, of course they
probably
did. That's what I would assume. There's something wrong with the screen.
yes. So with the technology and stuff that they've been working on with that particular kind of phone, that I don't know if it is a new model or whatever that they are just like, hey. here is like the newest model. We're advertising it with Spider-Man. Um, but it's at least a Samsung Z Flip 7. So it's the seventh one of these. And so they've obviously they at this point they should have gotten the screen down pat.
I don't
Um,
trust it. I don't trust it.
I don't trust it either, but at the same time, it's a really cool gimmick. Um,
It's a cool gimmick, but I don't trust it not to break immediately.
same. And then how do you get a screen protector for it? So
Yeah, exactly. Like I,
so
you could
we
not
bring
pay
up the
me to
phone.
make that my main phone.
So we bring up the phone, and with his connection with DeWolf, he obviously has uh, he's got his phone set up to where he's able to receive calls and he's able to receive like reports of like, hey, we got a robbery in progress or something like that. Well, the first major one that we see in the story that actually is progressing us is an armored vehicle chase. The vehicle's got a turret on the top of it. It's a pretty decent vehicle. Pretty cool looking. It almost looks like an armored AT4, not AT4. I can't remember the name of it. AT4 is a rocket launcher, and technically that's what Punisher is supposed to be using in this movie, but instead he's using something like a China Lake. Um, but so we have this first big armored chase. The armored chase, I think, the way that they did some of the like the maneuvers of how he disengage, uh, how he gets the turret to stop running working. I think it's pretty cool. But then we start noticing some of the problems with this because Spider-Man, it's like Spider-Man's not thinking. And it's like his senses should be working, but they aren't working.
Yeah, I mean,
Because at one point he gets hit and like he kind of is like a little dazed a little bit for a second, but then he stands up kind of slowly and he should be able to be like, hey, okay, I gotta get moving real quickly. And then his spidey sense should kick in and tell him, hey, freaking move. There's something coming behind you, and this is our entrance into Punisher, which
yeah,
Punisher
runs
runs
him
over
over.
Spider-Man. And I'm just like, okay, why did your spidey sense not work?
You
And
know what's
even with the story plot trying to justify it, what like even with the story, the way things have been going, up at this up like how the movie progresses, it's not justifiable at this point
no, you're right.
with
Like
his spidey sense because he has some spidey sense problems later on in the movie, but there's no signs of that yet.
no, you're right. Like that's gonna be they're gonna try to explain that away later, and the explanation is not good either. That's actually something in my notes I want to talk about. But what's so funny is it didn't even
Yes.
occur to me. You're right. His dude, this is partially because like every new Spider-Man movie, especially in the MCU, there have been so many Spider-Man movies now that have not done justice to Spidey sense. I hadn't even thought of that. You were totally right. You just pointed out something I hadn't even thought of, which is his Spidey sense just doesn't work in this fight. And the reason, the
Yeah.
reason I didn't think of that is because that's just the staple of the MCU at this point. Every Spider-Man movie, his spider sense just isn't there, which is lame. That's something you should have to account for.
And let's be honest here. Let's look back at previous movie. Let's take for example that first major kind of scene that we have with Spider-Man's Spidey sense in OG Spider-Man from early 2000s, where Peter is up there. He walks up to his locker in the hallway, and he he hears a fly flapping, and it's a slow motion fly. He sees like a paper airplane fly. He sees a spitball flying across the room, and
Yeah,
then it flashes to directly behind him. And ironically, Flash Thompson is pulling a fist back to punch him in the back of the head, and he dodges. It's this like the very first thing that Spider-Man hyper notices about himself besides his strength is his besides his like normal kind of things that he would notice that would make him feel a little different was his glasses didn't work and his he was a little bit more muscular. Okay, nothing out of the ordinary, but he's just like, I don't understand what's going on. I kind of feel like a brand new human here. Something happened or whatever. And then he has this ultra sensitive thing that is like a sixth sense that can predict the future, only momentarily though. And it gives him enough time to react in a healthy manner that can be protective. And it doesn't trigger in the majority of this movie,
Yeah.
which
No,
I'm
like,
just like,
well, and it's
what
because
happened,
it's
dude?
well, I'll tell you what happened. It's because it's something they don't want to have to account for. It's something annoying. I've not seen Daredevil Born Again, the new TV show, but something I've heard a lot of people criticizing it for is Daredevil, the Netflix show, establishes that Daredevil's hearing, like his senses are so good, which is obviously his superpower. His senses are so good that he can hear people from across the city. Like if he really focuses and really tunes his ears, he can hear people talking from like miles away in New York City. Like that's how good his hearing is. And it's a plot point in Daredevil that like no one's able to sneak up on him. Every single time there's a fight scene in Daredevil, if it's someone trying to sneak up on him, he hears them coming before they can. And that's why there's never a scene where he gets ambushed because he's always ready for it. But in Daredevil Born Again, every single fight begins with someone getting the drop on him and sneak attacking him because when you're a bad writer, you don't want to have to account for things like that. Like you were like, I want to write a scene where Daredevil gets jumped in an alley. I want to write a scene where Spider-Man gets jumped in an alley. It's like, well, you can't write that scene because of the superpowers he has. Spidey sense makes it so Spider-Man can't get jumped. He knows it's going to be coming. Daredevil's powers make it so he can't get jumped. He heard the attacker 5 minutes before they actually got to within a mile of him. But a
Now,
bad writer,
I want to tell you, like, so I just did a quick little Google search, okay? And we're talking about Daredevil's hearing, okay?
yeah,
It is one of his powers that was written, if I understand correctly, by Frank Miller. Okay. Daredevil superhuman hearing functions even like how powerful is it? It functions as a polygraph to determine if someone's lying to him just based
yes.
on the change in a person's heartbeat.
Yeah,
It
no.
is so easy for him to detect anything, and yet someone's getting the scoop on him. He's got like echolocation, like a freaking bat.
Yes, no, he's got
And
echolocation. That's how he's able to see. He's blind, but the reason he can function as a superhero is because he has echolocation. He can hear so well that he can actually map out a room
which
mentally in his brain. Also, not just his hearing, by the way, his smell is so good that he can smell you from across the city. Like there's a line in Daredevil, the Netflix show, where he reveals his identity to Foggy Nelson, and like one of the ways he proves to Foggy like how good his senses
oh,
are is
Foggy, yes. I was
yeah,
like, who are you talking about? It's the guy who played Fulton Reed in the Mighty Ducks. That's the
yeah,
only
and
way
it's
I remember him.
one of the ways he's able to prove to Foggy like his superhuman abilities is he's able to tell Foggy what Foggy had for breakfast the previous morning because he can still smell it on Foggy's breath even though it's been a full like over like more than 24 hours since then. He can still smell the residual odors of stuff that Foggy ate more than 24 hours beforehand. So like all of his senses are incredibly good. Superhuman smell, superhuman hearing, superhuman probably taste. That doesn't come up much, but like, and so then it's like at that point it's like when his smell and his hearing is that good, you have to account for that. And modern writers don't want to account for that. They want to treat him the same way they would like a Batman who doesn't have superhuman senses. But it's like you can't do that. These are his established powers. This is just something you have to deal with Daredevil. And it's the same way with Spider-Man. It's like we want to write a comedic scene where Punisher runs over Spider-Man. It's like you can't do that. And they're like, why not? It's like because he's got spiders.
That's so
Yeah, it's like
funny.
yeah, and it's like and then it's like, well, you can't do that. And they're like, why not? And they're like, because he's got Spidey sense. He would jump out of the way. And they're like,
No,
but like can't we just can't we just ignore that? It's like Why are you even
No.
writing Spider-Man? Why do you want to write a movie about Spider-Man if you don't want to deal with his superpowers? Like, why is that? Like, because Spider-Man's popular. It's like, get out of the room, go away, go write something else.
Okay, literally this thing, okay? I got it pulled up right here. Like it gives him the power to it's a spidey sense. What is the spidey sense is a whole thing to warn him of danger.
Yeah.
That is literally the entire point of this ability, and it's not present. And for me, I didn't necessarily notice it in No Way Home. Um, and I really want to go back and watch No Way Home again just to see like what problems I can find now because over the last few years, like I wasn't necessarily the biggest critic. Obviously, Favor knows this because at one point in time I said I was okay with the sequel trilogy of Star Wars, and since me and him have had that discussion, he has gone to war with me against my my statement I just made there, and he has definitely won that war because I have completely jumped ship on that belief system. And this is one of those things that I would like to go back and review those two movies that I have watched and go back through with that fine tooth comb like we have here and look for the same problems because it's interesting for me to hear that MCU wants to just forget about the spidey sense or the specialty powers that makes these characters who they are.
Well,
And
they want to forget about them when it's convenient. I don't remember No Way Home extensively, but I do remember there's a scene where it's when they're curing Doc Ock in Peter's apartment, and the Green Goblin personality is taking over Norman, like his spider sense starts going off. They play it sort of like he's like sort of Peter's like having some. I'm not going to call it a panic attack, but he's having some sort of like emotional thing where like he's starting to get super stressed out and anxious, and he doesn't know why because there's no threat there, and it's because the Green Goblin personality is starting to emerge, and so, like, his spider sense is already picking up that there is something dangerous in the apartment, but he doesn't know what it is. And so, it's like the spider sense turns up when it's good for dramatic effect, where it's like you need to do a scene where it's like Peter knows there's danger, but he doesn't know what it is yet. And so, he's trying to figure it out. The spider sense disappears when it's convenient to the plot in a time like this, where it's like, we want to write a funny scene where he gets run over. It's like, well, what about the spidey sense? It's like, well, shut up. Leave me alone.
so I think now like we can really bust open the seams of this movie and start to talk about who was inside the tank or the armored
Yes.
vehicle.
So what I'll do is
The armor.
I'll give
Go
a
ahead.
quick sort of summary. So the tank we got antics. Spider-Man argues with Punisher. He webs Punisher and sort of knocks him out of his car that's pursuing the tank, and takes Punisher out of the movie for a while. Punisher will be back. And then he pursues the tank to the Department of Damage Control headquarters, where he manages to open up the tank and finds out that the tank is being driven by like a 70-year-old woman who, as soon as she gets out of the tank, uh, she she gets out of the tank and she's acting like mean and malicious. She's a mean old lady for a minute, but then she sort of has this like her body does this little spasm, and then like her body does this like spasm, and then behind Peter, one of the damage control guards does the same spasm, and then he begins talking like the old lady was talking, and the old lady sort of all of a sudden just sort of looks up and she's like, She's like, "Where am I? How did I get here?" And so it's like, oh my goodness, this is someone who's like possessing people, and so this is our introduction to the villain of the well, technically the villain of the film, a
Yes,
telepath who can possess people's bodies. But as we
which
learn, which what? Go ahead.
I feel like it's okay to spoil it at this point.
Sure, we
Um,
already said spoilers.
it's
The Go
Yes,
ahead.
it is Jean Grey of the X Men.
Yes, which when that was revealed in my theater, which was packed completely packed out. I heard some audible gasps in the audience. This has definitely been a twist that is making a lot of people happy who have been waiting for the X-Men to turn up. I knew about this twist over a year ago because Gary at the Nerdrotic channel you knows someone who works at Marvel, and so he's been getting spoilers from his contact and has been leaking them periodically. I knew about the Jean Grey spoiler a year ago, so I was not surprised to see this. But I was more interested to hear the crowd's reaction because I know that not everyone is terminally online like I am, and so it was interesting to hear some people gasping at her name.
Yes. And so, with that, I think we need to do a really, really deep dive into what is wrong with this. So,
Well, I've
Jean
got my
Grey.
opinions. I don't know what your opinions are on it yet, so I'd like to hear you go first.
Okay, so Jean Grey, obviously, Jean Grey is notably one of the most famous X Men in all of X Men history.
One of
The
the
only one in my
she,
person,
a member of the
she's a woman.
original X-Men.
Yes.
Yeah, a
And she
member, one
shows
of
up
the
in the
original X-Men.
original
Yes,
three Fox movies. They were done by Fox, correct?
yeah, she was in the original three Fox movies, and then she was also one of the main characters in the prequel movies, where it was like young X-Men.
Yes. So we look at Jean Grey's powers, and we look at her as a character. Obviously, she was an orphan. That's who she was supposed to be depicted as. In this movie, we don't get orphan.
Notably,
We get
um,
we
let me
get
let
absentee sister.
Yes, but I also want to add to what you're saying, Wild. If we're talking about sort of the history of this character, also needs to be pointed out, she is the main character of one of the most famous comic book storylines of all time, the Dark Phoenix saga, where she gets possessed by an alternate personality called the Dark Phoenix and has to be killed by her former comrades in the X-Men because she goes insane and nearly destroys the world. But prior to her becoming Dark Phoenix and going evil, Jean Grey was considered the moral anchor of the X-Men. She was the most moral one of them. She was the one that kept all the other X-Men in check morally, aside from Professor X, because Professor X is obviously like the Gandalf of of that team. But she's like sort of the mother. She's sort of like the mature one. She's the responsible one. She's the one that sort of keeps everyone in check morally. And I'm really trying to emphasize that Jean Grey traditionally is a moral paragon, very good and moral person. And I am emphasizing that because of what we're going to be talking about Jean Grey does in this movie.
Okay, now I actually am glad you have this particular image pulled up here. I would ask you, okay, in this image that you have shared on your screen, if you would uh, go to that top paragraph there where it says Jean Grey is a superhero, and about
Yes.
halfway down it says the X Men #1.
Yeah, she
Start
is, like I said,
reading. So, no, start reading after that sentence. Start reading
Jean,
after that, if you would not mind.
yeah. Jean Grey is a member of a subspecies of humans known as mutants, individuals born with superhuman abilities, with gene possessing psionic powers. Initially capable of using only telekinesis, she later develops the power of telepathy. During her early stint with the X-Men, she used the code name Marvel Girl. Jean is a
That's
caring,
all you needed to write. That's all you needed,
well,
okay?
well, no, actually,
So,
I do want to read the next one. Jean is a caring, nurturing figure, but she also has to deal with being an Omega level mutant in the physical manifestation of the cosmic entity known as the Dark Phoenix Force. I'm going to highlight this caring, nurturing figure. Why am I highlighting this? We'll
yes.
get to that later.
So, so here's the thing. I like how you are harping on the what is it? The characteristics of her like morals.
Yeah,
I'm harping on the characteristics of her superpowers.
yes.
So we read in the line that you had read there, she initially only understood the abilities of telekinesis. Telekinesis, as I had mentioned before, is the ability to lift things up, to push them away, to bring them towards you. Anything that involves
with your
not
mind.
actually not physically touching an object, but being able to move that object using mind powers. And we see that clearly with individuals who are able to use the Force. Okay? So, Force people obviously are telekinetics. But then also, with continued development and continued work with the people at Xavier's School for Gifted Children, um, Jean begins to develop powers of telepathy. My
Yes.
big problem at this point is okay. Originally in the comics, she started with the telekinesis, and then after joining the X-Men, she started working more on her powers, causing her to develop the telepathy, to which Xavier would suppress until she was ready to use it.
Yeah.
The current timeline that we are in does not match her being able to use this ability, yet we do not even have enough information to even verify where we're at time wise. We have no Xavier. We have none of this stuff. Are we post Phoenix? Are we pre Phoenix? Are we like has she even met a single X Men person yet? Like we don't
Well,
have
the
enough
X Men.
info,
Well,
and
we can
it's so
go from.
sparse that it's just a horrendous jump off point for even the Marvel like X Men universe to even start. Like this is a horrible start.
Yeah, well, we can go off of knowledge of the universe and say, is this like pre X Men or post X Men? It's got to be pre X Men because if the X Men existed in this universe, they would not be secrets. Like that's the whole point
Yes.
of the X Men is they're very well known. Like we've not even heard anything about mutants yet. Like so far, the only superheroes in this Marvel Cinematic Universe are people who like gain their powers through like an accident such as Peter getting bitten by a radioactive spider or through like hard work like Tony building the Iron Man suit or Cap being given the super soldier serum. No one aside from I believe Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch have been born with their powers so far in the MCU. Like mutants are not a thing yet. Jean Grey being introduced is Marvel introducing the concept of mutants. Like we're going to see more of them, but this is
Yes.
definitely pre X Men. Now, what I want to talk about, Wild, is I want to real quick because I'm harping on Jean Grey's personality here. I'm going to real quick just summarize Jean Grey's entire story in this movie. We're going all over the place.
Okay.
We're not
I was
going.
like, where are you going with this? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Um, Jean Grey in this movie. So her backstory is her mom abandoned her and her older sister Sarah because they developed their telepathic abilities. They developed their telepathic abilities, and their mom abandoned them because you know mutants. No one likes them in Marvel. And
Ew.
the Department of Damage Control finds out about them and tries to arrest them. They manage to arrest her sister, but not Jean. And so Jean goes on a multi-year crusade trying to find her sister and free her from damage control. And so Jean, that's what Jean's plan is in this movie. She's looking for her sister. Her sister's being imprisoned by damage control, and so Jean is trying to get to what's his name? Bill Metzger. Tremel Trillman is the name of his actor. Bill Metzger, the leader of Damage Control, to get him to tell her where her sister is. And so I'm going to go over what Jean does to accomplish this goal in this movie. So as we see it, what she does first is she possesses this old woman. This old woman is said to be a janitor at Damage Control. So she possesses a janitor, has her steal a tank, and then drive that tank through the streets of New York, running over cars, shooting guns at civilians in at like buildings. She at one point almost crushes a child with a car. Spider-Man has to save the child. So she does all this. She plows a tank through New York City. We don't see her kill anyone, but it's very unlikely that she didn't kill someone with what she was doing. Plows it into the damage control headquarters, and then what we find out later is that she actually put a bomb inside the tank, which blows up the entire building and causes it to collapse. So that's step one of her plan to find her sister. Then step two
Yeah.
is Help me out. What's the next part? I'm actually blanking. I need to look at the plot summary. I've forgotten what
So
she does
so
next.
she blows up. So she blows up all this stuff, and then she continually. So she has this tank. She's got a bomb
Oh
inside
yes.
of it. She
So what she
takes control
does?
of them, and then she takes control of a whole bunch of different people to then progressively have them who are trying to deliver Scorpion to another facility. They're
Yes.
trying to get them to take him now. She's trying to get them to take him to another point, land
So
there, to which then he will be telepathically jumped into.
yeah, that was the next one. So she does all of this. She plows a tank through the streets of New York into the building so that she can then possess the people transporting Scorpion to another prison and have them transport Scorpion. Instead of transporting him to prison, they free him, and then she possesses Scorpion and has him attack a bunch of like damage control cops just in the streets of New York to try to get them to tell her about where her sister is. And Spider Man stops them. And then what she does is she tries to possess Spider Man and manages to learn his secret identity by doing that. Goes to his apartment, finds a letter he wrote to MJ and Ned in case he ever did try to make them remember who he is, and decides to from there she goes and she possesses MJ and tries to get make MJ kill herself in front of Peter to like as a threat to make him stop following her. And then from there, so help me out again. What's the next step? This is super
So
complicated.
after that, she then consistently is trying to jump into these different places. And in this time, Peter, with the use of his super handy dandy AI, learns that she has a limit to how much she can. Oh, here's another point. Okay, she has a limit to how
No,
she
no,
can
hold on.
jump
No, 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 no,
mines.
no, 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 no. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. I have an entire spiel about that. Right now, I'm just trying to go through everything she does in the movie. And I remember the
Okay,
next thing is so she tries to
so
make
the
MJ
next
kill,
one is she.
possess his Hulk.
If I remember
That's the
correct,
next one.
yes, yes,
So
Hulk.
then she tries to
So
get MJ.
she tries to break into one of these facilities. They barricade themselves in the vault, and as they do that, she's like, "Hulk, come here." And then Hulk shows up and starts trying to bash a hole through the wall. And she's on a radio being like, "Hey, you guys can't hold him off for too long. You don't
You
know
better
what's
come
on the
out.
other side of the wall."
You better come out here and tell me what you did with my sister because I definitely can't just use my telepathy to read your minds. You better come out here and tell me because Jean Grey, in addition to the fact that Jean Grey is to anyone who's listening to this so far, you should have picked up by now. Jean Grey's a villain. She's a monster. She has killed multiple innocent people with the tank. She blew up a building, which probably killed a bunch more people. She tried to kill a bunch of people with Scorpion. She tried to make MJ kill herself to threaten Peter. And now she's using the Hulk to try. The Hulk ends up destroying the building he's in, which so the collapsing building probably killed more people beyond that. But in addition
No,
to
no,
all
the
that,
building didn't collapse entirely, but there was a lot of sustainable damage to the
yes,
exterior of the side of the building.
that's my point. And so she's causing
And
so much.
Spider-Man at that point swoops in and attaches a lot of that to him.
Yeah. So like she's causing so much civilian damage. So she's a moral monster already. She's put so many lives in danger for the sake of like taking down damage control. And by the way, while she's doing all this, like she not only tries to get MJ to kill herself, she deliberately tries to kill other people to just like other people to threaten Spider-Man. She tries to kill multiple people. She does not succeed in killing people, but she's trying really hard, except for one. Do you remember
Don't
Wild?
forget also, don't forget also, she possesses Punisher,
Yes,
which
she
if
possesses Punisher.
Punisher's possession eventually opens the vault.
Yes, but what's the other thing? So except there is one person that she definitively kills. It's so funny. It's when she like is possessing people on the sidewalk to talk to Peter to like it's to let him know that she's about to go and
Oh,
possess
that
MJ.
guy. That guy,
Yeah,
yeah.
she possesses a construction worker, and she basically says, "Hey, Peter, I'm about to go. I'm about to go possess NJ, and look at what's going to happen to her when I do that." And then she backs the construction worker into the road, and he gets run over by a truck.
Yep.
This is Jean Grey,
Yep.
dude. She's like Jeffrey
Our,
Dahmer. We're talking about
wait. This is the caring and nurturing
yes, dude.
woman
Yeah, dude.
who's the
She's all right.
moral like superior.
Yes, dude.
You really mean that she's like this super moral individual who like cares and nurtures people, and she's just like
Also,
all like
before she
she
tries to get NJ to kill herself, the way you find out that she's already possessing NJ when Peter gets to her is she tricks Peter into thinking that MJ has remembered who he is. She's like, "Oh my gosh, Peter, I finally remembered you." And he's crying. Like he's crying like, "MJ, I missed you so much. I love you so much." And they kiss and they hug, and then Jean Grey's like, "Yeah, Peter, hug her. You like that? You like that?" Oh, no, Peter, like she loved, like you love her
I'll
so
pay ya,
much.
I'll pay
Yeah,
ya.
but it's so
Freaking
sad.
Reese Griffin or whatever.
Yeah, but it's so sad, Peter, because I'm in her brain and she doesn't have any memories of you. That's crazy, dude, she literally possesses MJ and makes her kiss Peter, even though MJ doesn't know Peter and wouldn't have done that otherwise. And she tricks Peter into believing that it's MJ kissing him. So not only is she killing people, that's kind of messed up in a different way. This is Jean Grey, the moral paragon. Dude, she's insane. Like, the Jean Grey in this movie is already as evil as Jean Grey was in X-Men 3 when she became Dark Phoenix.
Yes, the same level of evil.
And so
Because like
now,
she was killing people in that one, and now she's starting to kill people, taking over their minds and stuff. And my problem is this: why does she have the telepathy right now? One, and two, why is her telepathy different than the way it is in the comics? In the comics, she
yes.
has to be in the presence of the individual.
Well, in the
It
comics, it's
has to
also
be
just
in.
in the comics, it's also like standard telepathy, which is like she can read people's minds. She doesn't have to possess you to read your mind. She
Well,
can
no,
just
no,
read your
no,
mind.
no. That's a totally separate power in itself. She
Yes.
is a true empath. She's an empath, so she could feel your emotions and all that stuff. She has the telepathy powers, and she has the telekinetic powers as well. The telepathy powers, it says, when they first manifest, she was unable to cope with them, and it forced Xavier to suppress her even accessing them at all, but instead chose to train her using psychokinetic abilities to allow her ability to grow. And with this, she was able to project her own thoughts onto other people's minds, make these psychic links and all this stuff. And she had to be in the presence of the individual at a close range. Uh,
Yeah.
but
And
also, she could do like this massive manipulation ability, but that was an even closer range.
so also, let's get into her powers now. Before we do, I'm gonna wrap up like summarizing Jean Grey's plot line. So then it eventually turns out like Peter discovers that the reason she's doing everything she's doing is to find out what happened to her sister. And Peter's like, "Oh my gosh, we got to help her. She's been good the entire time. She just wants her sister back." And that's what the movie thinks. The movie's like, oh my gosh, Jean Grey, she's just misunderstood. She's just trying to get her sister back. It's like I don't know what part of getting her sister back involves her killing that construction worker by getting him run over by a car.
Also, her sister, her freaking sister, dude.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. But all I have to say, like by the time you get to the end of the
I'm ticked
movie,
off.
by, by the time you get to the end of the movie, Peter and Punisher. By the way, Punisher. Remember the dude? Punisher, the dude who's super like Batman has a no kill rule. Punisher has a kill rule. Punisher's like his rule is he'll kill you. He's not going to show. He's not going to let you live.
He's
He has a
anti Batman.
yeah. Punisher's got a like Batman's got a no kill rule. Punisher's got a Punisher's got a definitely kill rule, and by the time you get
No,
to the
no,
end of this
no.
movie,
Batman has a no kill rule. Everything that Punisher has is killing you.
yeah. And so
Guns, rocket
by the time you get,
launchers. He
yeah,
uses a sniper rifle, and it is a heavy duty round in this sucker.
yeah,
In
and
this
by the
movie,
time
he's got
by the
he's got grenade launchers, he's got bombs, he's got all this different stuff. He's doing what he can to make you explode. He's
and by
Michael
the
Bay incarnate.
yes, and by the time you get to the end of this movie, Spider-Man has convinced Punisher to help him get Jean Grey out of the city. They help Jean Grey escape. She gets to go away. She finds out her sister's dead, but they get her to be like, Jean Grey, you got to forgive. And she forgives, and they turn her good, and then she leaves the city, and they cover up for it. And so Jean Grey just leaves. She's killed people. She's an attempted murder. She is both an attempted and a successful murderer. She is a complete psychopath. Like
She's
because
she's at least got manslaughter charges.
Yeah, she's a complete psychopath because while she's doing all this, she's taught like what I can't properly communicate because I don't like have the movie on hand because it's still in theaters, it hasn't released online, is that Jean Grey taunts Peter. She's like trying to
Yes.
kill people in front of him and then being like, "Oh, Peter, you suck so much, Peter. I bet you wish you could save this person's life. Oh, Peter, look how much fun I'm having killing this person. Oh my gosh, Peter, life is
So
just so worthless."
a prime example of that is Peter has the whole scene with MJ. MJ's possessed, and then as Jean is possessing him, as possessing MJ, she begins to slowly walk backwards because they're on a roof, and she walks off the back, like she walks off the roof backwards,
Yeah.
and
And
then
then
MJ
she's
wakes up mid fall.
yeah, she breaks the possession so just so that just for the sake of having MJ wake up right before and realize what's happening right before she possibly dies.
Exactly.
Jean Grey's a psychopath in this movie, and at the end of the movie, Peter Parker and Punisher help her escape so that she won't be charged for her crimes. Punisher helps with that. Like Punisher and gosh. This movie, like the movie, thinks that Jean Grey's the victim, even though she is like the worst. She's like, I saw someone online. I saw like Mahler and the guys were saying. I think I agree with him. She's one of the most evil villains in the MCU right now. Like
Oh yeah.
unapologetically takes over people's minds and tries to make them kill themselves. She doesn't even seem to realize there's a problem with it. Not only that, she not only does she not realize there's a problem, she thinks it's awesome. She has fun doing it. She's sadistic. It's ridiculous. And I also want to highlight for the listeners, Wild. Um, Jean Grey possesses the Hulk and makes him go on a rampage through the city. We already stopped, not through the city. She makes him go on a rampage in this building full of people, many of whom are innocent and aren't involved in the cover up of her sister's abduction. Many of them don't know about that. She makes Hulk go on a rampage, which, by the way, is the first time Savage Hulk has appeared since Infinity War, because it was established in Endgame that Savage Hulk and Bruce Banner worked things out so that they would merge to become Smart Hulk. Jean Grey uses her telepathy to turn Smart Hulk back into Savage Hulk, sets him on a rampage in this building. And at the end of the fight, Peter manages to calm him down and turn him back into Bruce Banner. And then he gets arrested. And it says on the news that he's being taken to a psychiatric hospital so that they can run tests and figure out what caused him to have his relapse. They use the words relapse. They're specifically saying that he relapsed into becoming the Hulk, and they need to take him to a psychiatric ward to figure out how he turned back into Savage Hulk. Peter and Punisher
Also,
never.
also the crap of them like having him be called the other guy.
Yeah, dude, that was good in the first Avengers movie, but like it's they back when they didn't have a name for the Hulk, that was a really cool way of referring to Hulk. But they've already named him by now. Like, dude, calling him the other guy is like just a stupid callback to a movie from 15 years ago. It's lame.
Yeah, it's bad. And so
But
it's
um,
just like
I also want to
it's another one
highlight.
of my points I mentioned. It was like it's like some like at this point, like why is Banner calling Hulk the other guy? Like why is he calling Hulk the other guy? Like some Jekyll and Hyde relationship.
He calls him
Like
Hulk in other
that's
movies.
yeah.
But I need to
And but the
highlight to
thing
you,
is this
while I need to highlight, I just need to make it clear. This movie goes to so much lengths to clear Jean Grey and get her free of all the stuff they did. Everything Holt did in this movie, he did because he was being possessed by Jean Grey. And at the end of the movie, Peter and Punisher just let him get taken to a psychiatric ward. Like Hulk gets blamed for everything he did and taken to a psychiatric ward to be quarantined because they think he's a danger to society. And Peter and Punisher don't help him. It is
yep,
definitively not Banner's fault what he did. He would not have turned back into Savage Hulk if it wasn't for Jean Grey, and they abandoned him to the state to be quarantined. Dude, Hulk gets completely brutalized by this movie. Like, dude,
yep.
the last scene we see of Bruce Banner is they've strapped him to a hospital, like one of those gurneys that they bring in ambulances, and they're putting him in an ambulance, and he's looking around like he's distraught. He's yelling like he's yelling, please tell me, did I hurt anyone? Is everyone okay? Like, I didn't mean for this to happen, because it's established that when you're possessed by Jean Grey, you don't remember what happened during the possession. So Bruce Banner doesn't even know what happened. All he knows is he wakes up outside of this destroyed building, is told that he relapsed and turned back into Savage Hulk, and he's just sitting there strapped down, like, please tell me what happened. How did this happen? Please tell me I didn't hurt anyone. And Peter and Punisher just watched that and let him go.
They don't even you don't even see Bruce again, I think, for the rest of the movie after that.
Now all you see is a news report that Ned Leeds is watching, where it says that he's being taken to a psychiatric ward.
Yeah, that's about
Dude,
it.
it's actually,
And
dude,
so
it's actually like I
it's
can't even.
depressing.
Yeah, I can't. I'm having trouble communicating to you right now. How like how like messed up it is. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, dude, this is like one of the most messed up things I've ever seen happen in the MCU, and they don't. And the movie doesn't realize it.
Yeah, it's astronomically bad. So there was another point I wanted to kind of mention. So after we see the whole situation, I feel like we should go back and like start working our way through the story again. That way we just can kind of stay on topic and like have progress. So we have the whole incident with Peter and the encounter at this building with this person who's the telepath. We obviously know it's Jean Grey. We personally know it's Jean Grey
And as you were
already.
saying,
But
to
it
set this up,
eventually it becomes all this. Now Peter decides he's going to go and he's going to talk to somebody who might know a little something something.
oh
And
my
we flash
god.
forward. Now, okay. I will tell you there is some benefit. I will tell you I can respect some of this scene, but that's about it. Only some of it for how accurate they did culturally, but contextually, it's atrocious. So, what happens is Peter goes to a local building, and there's an older couple there. It looks like some older Russian couple or whatever. And then he proceeds into this place, and lo and behold, in the spa is Yelena, the new Black Widow woman. Okay. Now, I currently am living in a area that is dominated by Slavic culture. A lot of the verbiage or the words that Yelena uses in this scene, particularly one of the ones that she mainly uses is potato a lot. Uh, I will tell you, potatoes, potatoes to Slavic people is corn to Midwestern people. It's the bread and butter. Like that is what they are. And then also the number two thing in Slavic culture is spas. They love spas. They love to go and just They love their saunas and their spas. Okay. And other than that, there is nothing beneficial about any scene that Yelena shows up in.
Well, the
And
benefit that
fun
I think
fact,
they have,
she's turned the spa into her quote unquote office,
yeah.
which I made a point to say her having an office at a spa kind of makes sense. Also, constantly mentioning potatoes totally makes sense because of their love. Also, proof of this: a vodka is literally just potato alcohol. So,
Okay.
like,
Okay, Wild. I've allowed you to talk about why you like this scene for the potato
no,
reasons and for the
no,
spa
I, I
reasons.
don't like the scene. I don't. It's
Yeah, that
meaningless, stupid, ridiculous.
well
But I
there's where
can
you're hold on.
appreciate them being culturally correct.
Well, here's where you're wrong, Wild, is this scene does technically have a purpose, and it is that Yelena is now a member of the new Avengers. Not the Avengers, the legally distinct new Avengers. And she is telling Spider-Man that uh, a telepath taking over people's minds in New York City is small potatoes, like you said. She said it's too small for the Avengers to worry about. Now, a telepath who can just take over anyone's mind at any point and read their minds, I don't know how that's not. I don't know how that's not a big deal. That's kind of a huge deal. Imagine if that telepath possesses like the president of the United States. But setting that aside,
Or
this
how about one of the new Avengers?
yeah, exactly. And that is to say, like, and that is to say, the scene is meant to explain here's why the Avengers who are currently in New York City are not going to be helping with this. Um, already not a good explanation. But aside from that, we just spent a whole lot of time talking about how this telepath that Yelena says is too small of a deal for the Avengers to bother with later in this movie will cause the Hulk to relapse and turn into Savage Hulk. And if you remember, in the first two Avengers movies, Avengers 2012 and Avengers Age of Ultron, let's focus on Avengers Age of Ultron. The Hulk goes on a rampage so bad that it destroys half of a city, and Iron Man has to create the Hulkbuster armor just to contain him so that he does not cause more collateral
And
damage.
then, and then at one point, after he's fighting him, he has thrown a onslaught of different weapons and different things at Bruce, doing everything he can, and then he is proceeding to like jackhammer a fist into his face.
Yeah. Dude,
Bruce
that's so funny. That
kind
go
of picks
sleep, go sleep,
himself
go
up off
sleep,
the
go sleep.
ground a little bit, looks back at him, spits a tooth out, and is like, how about that?
Yeah. Which is all to say,
At
like,
that point, we realize Hulk is a problem.
yeah. Which is to say, the first time he meets Yelena, she's like, this is small potatoes. Avengers don't concern ourselves with it. And the immediate question is, well, what if this telepath possesses an Avenger? Next thing that happens, the telepath possesses Hulk.
Yeah.
Hulk, Hulk,
The
who is
one creature that hardly anybody can contain.
yeah, so
And
uncontainable
then
that he actually fired himself into space so that he wouldn't hurt anyone else. And so then they possess Hulk. He relapses into Savage Hulk, destroys a building, and then Yelena. They go back to Yelena, and she's like, "Yeah, still small potatoes." It's like, excuse you. The Hulk just destroyed the Hulk, who up until this movie had been tamed and domesticated and turned into Smart Hulk, just got turned back into Savage Hulk by this telepath, and you're saying it's still not a big deal.
yeah, it's
Hulk-
it's so atrocious. It's very, very like it is. Yeah, I feel it's the poor excuse they tried to use so they didn't have to include anybody else in the
No,
show.
that's exactly
But
what it is,
all
and it's
but
one of the worst
all it has
excuses.
done is just become a larger problem because where the heck are the Avengers in this? We have massive amounts of damage going on in town. We have massive amounts of things that just aren't making sense. We have data breach. Okay, and it even leads further into Yelena She's like, we don't mess with little potato stuff. We mess with big potato stuff. But at the same time, Yelena has all this information about all these data breaches that this person has done and all this stuff. We don't mess with small potato stuff. But I did do some research into it. And well, I could tell you she's done like however many break ins to this facility and she's looked for the same file at all these different facilities and couldn't find anything.
Yeah, and
Um,
also what's so funny, I didn't pick this up when I watched the movie, but I saw a reviewer mentioning it. Also, hilarious thing, Yellen is like, "Yes, I did some research into it and found out that it is Jean Grey. Her name and her files have been completely scrubbed from all internet databases." It's like, so her file's been scrubbed. So how do you know
but you
about her?
found her.
What do you mean she's been
She's the
completely
Russian
scrubbed?
agent. Don't question it. She's the Russian agent. Don't question
Yes, I
it.
found
Which,
out that.
to be honest, to be honest, she's a Russian agent. Don't question it. Makes complete sense.
Well, she's not a
Especially over
Russian
here in
agent.
Slavic culture. They're like, what the heck is going on here? Like, I don't understand that. It's just Russians. It's like, oh, okay. and,
Yeah.
and like, what's that supposed to mean? Just don't question it. What's that supposed to be? Stop questioning it. Okay.
Yes. Yes. See, what I want is I want a movie that accurately adapts the comics, not Russian, not cringy Russian culture. Wild.
Yes, exactly. I understand that. Okay. But I feel like at this point, like we just like I'm tired of Yelena. Let's get past her. So from this point, we now see Spooderman decides he's going to have himself a meeting with a guy by the name of Metzger at one of these damage control sites. Uh, and to which he shows up there. And then lo and behold, one of the sets of villains that he had obviously taken care of in the earlier montage is here working for this government organization.
Yeah. The Hand works for the
The
Department of
hand,
Damage
the
Control.
the the crime syndicate known as the Hand, the crime syndicate that eventually started following a demon force that they called the Beast of the Hand, is here in this like this office building, just pulling security jobs.
Which again,
Like, okay,
also
frick,
I have to also bring up once again the Hand, Daredevil villain.
exactly. What are they doing here? Okay,
The
and
Daredevil villain. They've been
it's
defeated by
okay.
Spider-Man and reformed
Yes,
in a Spider-Man movie.
yes,
That would be like
yes.
if
They
Dude, that
received
would
some
be like if
reforming.
that would be like if Daredevil season. That would be like if Daredevil Born Again season 3, when it comes out next year, establishes that in an opening montage in the first episode, Daredevil has defeated the
The
Green
foot.
Goblin.
No, that he defeats the foot, from Teenage Mutant Ninja
Yeah.
Turtles.
No, I think Green Goblin's funnier. We keep asking where Green Goblin is in this universe. It's like, oh, Daredevil defeated him.
But what would be another one?
Well,
Uh,
I wanted to be a Spider-Man, but dude, Venom,
yeah, Daredevil defeats Venom.
and now he's got a Venom suit because Venom's been reformed.
No, no, Daredevil defeats the Sinister Six. The Sinister Six, you know who they are, correct?
I mean, it depends on the universe, but I know the team. Yeah,
I mean, like Mr. Sinister, Electro, Rhinoc, all those guys.
Rhino.
Uh, so from this point, like we're already starting to see how like asinine this is getting, and that's a particular word I used here in my little like notes page. I said like the Hand now working for Metzger seems asinine, and I thought that
Dude,
was a
which
very
also,
appropriate thing to say.
by the way, like, dude, Daredevil cameoed in No Way Home. He was Spider-Man's lawyer. I was watching this movie. I was like, the Hand's in it, Punisher's in it. At one point, one of the characters from Daredevil Born Again appears in it, like Wilson Fisk, Kingpin, becomes mayor in Daredevil season 2. Daredevil Born Again season two, and then at the end of the season he gets deposed.
And let's not forget, who the frick is Wilson Fisk in this movie?
Yeah, like dude, Daredevil Born Again establishes that Wilson Fisk established a fascist regime dedicated to taking down mass superheroes, and he specifically says he's going to take down Spider-Man. And this movie contains no reference to that. This movie contains no reference to the extended period of time that Spider-Man would have been a fugitive because Mayor Fisk is trying to hunt him down. But they do include Wilson Fisk's deputy mayor, because after Wilson Fisk gets taken down in Daredevil Born Again season two, his deputy mayor becomes mayor, and she is the person who gives Spider-Man the key to the city in the first montage of this movie. So this movie's like,
Oh,
hey,
okay.
what? Yeah, this no, not okay, Wild. That's not okay. This movie has established that Daredevil
I
Born
say okay, and it's like, oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, I know, but what I'm saying it's not good. This movie explicitly tells you, it reminds you that Daredevil Born Again season two happened in this universe. It's like, remember that show? We're referencing it. That Wilson Fisk's deputy mayor is the person who gave Spider-Man the key to the city. But we don't want you to think about the fact that Wilson Fisk declared Spider-Man a national fugitive and tried to create like a Nazi Gestapo lynch mob to go and find him. This movie doesn't want you thinking about that. But um,
Yes.
but all that to say, like this movie's got the Hand, it's got the Punisher, it's got the deputy mayor from Daredevil Born Again season two. Where is Daredevil? You're bringing all these
Where's
people in.
Wilson Fisk?
Yeah, you're
Where's
bringing all
Fisk?
these people in, dude. Daredevil's awesome. The Daredevil TV show made me love Daredevil, so I'm watching this movie. It's like you
Wait,
got the
wait, wait,
Hand.
wait. But the thing is this, you've got all these individuals. Where's Iron Fist? Where's Luke Cage? Where's Jessica Jones? Like,
That we don't think about
they got to
them.
be somewhere in there. I know,
We
don't
don't
think
like
about them.
them.
I know. But at the
We
same time,
I don't. I yeah. I know what you mean. Like I don't want them in this movie because I've never seen their shows and I've heard they're bad, so I don't care. I just want Daredevil because I like Daredevil. It's like, dude, you put Daredevil's main villains in here, the Hand in here. The Punisher was like a main character in Daredevil season two. That's how Punisher was introduced to the MCU was in Daredevil's show. You got
so
Punisher, you got the Hand, you got Fisk's assistant, but you don't have Fisk or Daredevil. Dude, everyone's talking about a ground level, street level, grounded Spider-Man movie. Why don't you make Kingpin the villain and have Spider-Man and Daredevil team up? Where's Daredevil? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Daredevil Born Again established that Daredevil is in prison and Fisk is exiled from America. I don't care. I don't care. You guys don't think that Daredevil's canon. You guys don't treat that show like it's canon. I don't care. Just put Daredevil in. I don't care. This
give
stupid
me a second
universe.
here.
This
So,
stupid universe, dude.
yeah, I completely agree with you because it doesn't make any sense at all. And so, for me, what I've understood from Daredevil and Punisher, comic wise, the two of them had a little bit of conflicting things, obviously, because one of them is like trying to be a superhero like Batman, and the other one is a mass murdering psychopath who loves guns. Um, um, but we first see like the two of them doing work together in Daredevil 183. It was by Frank Miller. Uh, and like I have it pulled up here. When Daredevil tried to stop a drug dealer from beating a low-level criminal to death. Wait. Daredevil and Punisher first met investigating a drug dealer named Hogman. When Daredevil tried to stop, I guess, Punisher from beating up a low-level criminal to death, the Punisher fought back immediately and tried to team up with the Man of Without Fear, who did not want to support a killer. After knocking Daredevil out with a tranquilizer, Punisher then meets the hero again as they stopped a boy from avenging his sister by killing Hogman. So, like, the two of them have had an intense amount of history, and you can call this like the Dark City individuals because they are a gritty style story. They have always had this grit to them. They've always been individuals who were uh like low level street guys, but at the same time, like they had their place. They weren't like big, like whole city peoples, but they were like boroughs of a city. So like uh Daredevil and Punisher would be like in Brooklyn, where like Batman would be across all of New York, perspectively. Uh, and so with that, the fact that neither that Daredevil doesn't show up in this, and you have Punisher show up, which Punisher and Spider-Man did do some work together in the comics. I did some research on that. It does occur. But Punisher as a whole has a lot more to do with Daredevil or others of what I would call the Dark City than Spider-Man. He has a few encounters with Spider-Man, but not many at all. And at this point, it's just like, come on, you're missing out on some great character moments. You're missing out on some important characters to this universe at this point that you've established in your continuity, and somehow have, I guess, Araki'd them and just forgot.
Yeah.
And so, from this point in the story, we now begin to have a little bit more development into the like Ned MJ stuff. So, eventually, what happens? Peter ends up following Ned a little bit. He grabs a couple things at this little corner shop, goes back to his apartment, kind of sneaks in, and Peter kind of sneaks into this party, introduces himself by not Peter, but as Maynard, whichever one
Yeah.
you want to call him.
And
And
then
then like he's kind of establishing a relationship a little bit with them.
yeah,
And
he finds
then
out that Ned has like a conspiracy theory Spider-Man wall where he's made an app that tracks Spider-Man's location because Ned is also a stalker, so he and Peter are made for each other. And then he goes out and he gets a big case of the sads because he finds out that MJ is now dating Ezra Bridger from the Ahsoka TV show.
now pause. I want to add this little side note in just because I appreciated it and I thought it was kind of funny, and it was one of those Nedisms. Um, little like Ned nuggets, I guess you would call it, where he's trying to be comic relief. So Ned's in the kitchen, and some friends come in and they bring him a little something or whatever. And Ned goes, "Oh my gosh, you guys brought me top shelf stuff. Thank you so much." It's a case of ramune soda, like the Japanese soda that you have to break the little like glass ball in, and it's only like 8 ounces or whatever. Like I thought that was
It
actually
was
kind of
soda.
funny. Yeah, it was ramune soda.
Oh, I thought it was alcohol. I thought they were. I thought,
No, it was like they brought him like a 6 pack of ramune soda. It's Ramune. My bad. Ramune soda or whatever. Like I've actually had it before. It's not bad. It's just it has a very weird way that you have to open it. You literally have to break glass to drink this thing. But
interesting.
I was just like, he was like, dude, this top shelf. And I was like, okay, that's kind of funny.
Nice.
But so then at this point, obviously, he goes out of the kitchen, and then we see like this Ezra Bridger kind of guy walk in, talking to MJ. They smooch each other, and all of a sudden we get heartbroke Peter.
Yeah,
He's
and Peter
all up in the
crashes out.
feels,
He goes and he
and he
cries in the
crashes out
rain.
hard. Yeah, he goes in sad faces in the rain. Then he swings home and
He
everything,
goes and he rees.
and then what? Rees is what you said.
Yeah. Ree! Zendaya doesn't love me. But so
Rees.
then he goes home and his AI, which again It didn't bother me in the theater, but the more I think about it, the more I don't like the idea of him having a Jarvis AI. But his AI is like, oh my
Yeah,
god,
he's not
OMG.
Tony Stark.
Yeah, the AI is like, OMG, Peter, your cortisol is spiking. You're like super stressed out about something. You need to chill out. And Peter's like, no, Zendaya's kissing another man who's not me. And then he passes out. And he wakes up the next day, uh, in his underwear in a cocoon made out of webs stuck to the side of a building. And he's like, how did I get here? What happened? Oh my goodness. And he tears his way out of the cocoon. And then he realizes he's not wearing his web shooters, which how did he make the web cocoon without his web shooters? And because he doesn't have his web shooters, he starts falling from the top of this building. And as he's falling, he's like, oh my gosh, oh no. And he hits a fire escape on the way down. And like right before he hits the ground, he shoots webs out of his wrists without web shooters. He's like, what? What's happening? And he hits the ground, and this is all happening in broad daylight. I feel pretty confident saying someone probably noticed this happen. I don't. I think a lot of people should know who Spider-Man is right now. But the movie says no one
Yes.
saw it.
Yeah, so for me personally, I didn't think anything about it at that particular scene. I was just like, well, that was kind of random. I hope, like, for me, what I kind of thought was, I hope no one saw that. But what we can start to notice here at this point is the way the movie explains it, which is one particular storyline, which they said was a horrible storyline. Um, it's Peter experienced some like trauma of some sort, emotional, and it causes his powers to mutate themselves. So he's starting to become like a mutant. And what I
Yes.
was thinking is, I was thinking about some of the like the spectacular Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man stuff where we actually had Spider-Man have these intense mutations to the point where his physical features changed. He grew 4 additional arms, and his
Yes.
head became like very elongated and like alien like, and he
Yes. Everyone
it had
thought.
what they called the Dark Spider era.
Yeah, everyone who saw these trailers thought that this was going to be either Man Spider or Venom. Like,
Yeah, my bad. Man Spider is what I meant to say. Yes,
yeah, everyone thought this was
but
going to be either Man Spider or Venom, and I've got good news for all you comic fans. It's actually something way more creative than that. It's nothing.
no, no, we know what it is. It's brand new day. But when I started noticing like him having this power stuff and all this stuff uh, going on with him mentally and all this, I started to think, hey, I liked the idea of this. I think it could be a good move, but this is entirely problematic because we have too many irons in the fire at this point. We have, like, we're starting to incorporate too many stories. Like, you have the Man Spider, you have this brand new day storyline, you have Spectacular Spider Man, and you have Amazing Spider Man all flowing within themselves right now. And I immediately started to think, oh my gosh, we've got Stranger Things season 5 going on again. Too many stories started and not enough time to properly finish all of them. Mind you,
Yeah.
at this point in the movie, we're 40 minutes in, maybe.
Yeah, and what you're saying is the exact point I was making a minute ago when you say like there's so many storylines that are not going to have time to properly resolve it. Peter's new powers don't really Peter's mutation doesn't really go anywhere. Um, the closest thing you get to a resolution of it is I mentioned this to you,
Towards the end
Wild.
of the movie, yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned this to you, Wild, over like DMs when we were talking about planning this episode. This his mutation ties in vaguely to the theme of this movie, which is sort of like whether or not it's healthy to let go of the past. Like, there's a part in this movie where Peter, after he's gotten these mutations, he's sort of doing experiments trying to figure out how he can sort of like get his powers under control. And while he's doing this, he's watching a documentary about spiders, which is narrated by Keith David, which is my favorite part of the movie, is hearing Keith David's voice. But
Nerd.
and in But in the documentary, at one point, like the part of the documentary he's watching is talking about like spiders like shedding their skin and going through new metamorphoses and sort of like new sort of life cycles and stuff like that, and sort of like how this spider is shedding its skin and going into a new age and a brand new day, if you will. And Peter's watching that, and you're like, oh, I understand. I'm I'm picking down what this movie's laying up. This movie, this is a movie about like Peter entering a new era of his life, and the metamorphosis he's going through is sort of like his body sort of manifesting that, like the like you mentioned, Wild. The movie establishes that the mutations are happening because of trauma, like stressors sort of going out in his life. And so I was like, oh, this movie is kind of like about this movie is about like sort of like he's entering into a new phase of his life, and sort of like the growing pains that are coming along with that. Not what this movie's about, actually. The
Nope, not at
metamorphoses
all.
just the metamorphoses just sort of stop at one point, and they stop when Peter sort of comes to a realization that he can't do this alone. He needs to like accept help from other people. He needs to accept other people into his life, which
Now
is
we're kind of getting ahead of things though, but
yeah.
we'll get there with that. And that's what we're trying to say. Like these we have the metamorphosis starting, but then it just kind of goes nowhere. It just falls flat on its face, and
Well,
it really isn't
it
explained
resolves
upon
itself.
enough.
Well, it's explained upon. The problem is the explanation they give is actually just a direct contradiction to what they were setting up. What they were setting up is that like Peter's entering a new phase of his life, and these mutations are a metaphor for that. The way the metaphor is resolved is Peter accepting that he's made a mistake, sort of pushing everyone away and sort of just isolating himself. Um,
Now,
and
that then leads to him, because he's having these mutations, because he's having this stuff go on, he's like, I need to go talk to an expert, someone who knows what
yeah,
they're talking about
which
when
by the
it
way,
comes
real
to
quick,
these things.
you established that what the movie established was that these mutations are brought on by high levels of trauma, and the movie's establishing that the high level of trauma he experienced was watching Zendaya kiss another man. I will remind the our listeners that in the last movie his aunt got murdered in front of him by Green Goblin, and that apparently was not stressful enough to trigger this mutation.
Now I will tell you this. I could see I personally, because of experiences I've had, I'm not saying that this is for everything, but it's a justifiable thing in my mind.
I think it's
Like
justifiable if they had been.
things can happen over time, and they can build up, and it could just be like this was the final thing that needed it to happen to cause all
Well,
this stuff to occur.
here's what I'll say. Here's what I say would make it justifiable, Wild. And I'm just gonna have to jump ahead for this a little bit, like which you were trying to avoid, but I'm just gonna need to. Like the resolution to this is at the end of this movie. It is heavily implied that it is not. It's not heavily implied. This movie ends with Ned remembering Peter. I'm not gonna say how that happens. We can get to that when it happens. But this movie ends with getting his memories of Peter back. And the implication is that MJ is also going to get her memories back. So Peter just gets his friend and his girlfriend back. And like I said, the resolution of the mutations stopping is Peter realizing that he doesn't need to push people away. So the message of this movie is that Peter made a mistake pushing Ned and MJ away, and he needs those people in his life. Which is why I said at the beginning of this movie just takes a giant dump on No Way Home. This movie thinks that No Way Home was wrong, the part of No Way Home that people like the most, which is Peter sacrificing his previous life, is completely undone. Um,
Yes.
and what I was going to say, the what you're talking about, this would have been justified. MJ like kissing this other dude, causing this mutation, would have been justified if the movie did what I thought it was doing at the beginning, which was the movie makes the point in the documentary that spiders go through these metamorphoses when they're going into new phases of their lives. This movie's called Brand New Day. It should be about Peter stepping into a new era of his life. I think that the mutation being triggered would make a lot more sense if like the trauma response of him seeing MJ like kiss this other dude, if it was all brought on by the fact that Peter's not doing in this movie what he's supposed to. He made the decision in the previous movie to let Ned and MJ go. and he's entering a brand new day. And this movie, Brand New Day, is about him basically not taking that step into the brand new day. He's trying to sort of entertain the idea of bringing them back and bringing them back into his life, and that's what causes the mutation. Like the stress of him not doing what he knows needs to be done and cutting the umbilical cord entirely is what causes the mutation. And what resolves the mutations is when he accepts that time of my life is done. MJ's with a new dude, and I should be happy for her and move on and let her have that. Ned has made new
To
friends
which
in college.
then I accidentally meet this one girl, and her name is a black cat.
Felicia Hardy, yeah. But I meet this other girl. And so, like, that's what I thought the movie should, that's what the movie set up. This movie, The Brand New Day, is about Peter's taking that step into a new chapter of his life, but he's trying to like hold on to Ned and MJ a little bit as he's stepping into that life. And the tension of those two things is causing his body to have this horrible reaction and completely go AWOL on him and manifest all these new powers. And the resolution to it would be Peter being like, I've got to cut the cord. I'm still holding on too much. I've been stalking them on Instagram for 4 years. I've been going to their housewarming
I
parties.
said I was wanting to sacrifice myself. Now I need to step into actually sacrificing myself.
Yeah, I need to
What
follow
does
through.
sacrifice really look like?
Yeah, I need to follow through on that. And that would be the resolution that causes his body to stop revolting against him. But the movie, just halfway through, changes from brand new day. Spiders go through these in their life cycles, like change is necessary. The movie changes halfway through the movie from that to just get Ned and MJ back. You're so stressed out. It's so stressful for you letting them go. Just take them back. Here's your just take your security blanket back, Peter. It's too difficult being Spider-Man. Just go back to being Spider-Boy. And
And
like
I liked what I heard. It was Disbrew say. He was on the Friday Night Tags episode that I watched. He had said a thing that they could have really done to make this point proven that it's important for him to do the things he would do is if he said he was going to do when it came to the sacrifices. If he didn't, like he started to go back on it, like the spell that was cast by Doctor Strange would start to reverse. Like it would
that
start to go
well,
away. I was like, that seems like a great plot point. That
that
seems
would
like a
be
logical plot point.
That would be a good sort of writing rule to put on yourself, to force yourself as the writer not to do that, not to have him go back. I don't think that's necessary though. Like as I remember Disbrew saying that, and I think that would be an interesting plot point. I would only put that in my story as like a failsafe so that I don't give into the urge to bring those old characters back. I think the plot point of his body going through a violent mutation as a result of him not following through on that sacrifice and the internal like stressors that that's causing inside him. I think that's a good enough plot point on its own. Like I think the Man Spider storyline would have been, if you're going to do this storyline where you want to keep Ned and MJ in it in some capacity, then the storyline where like he's trying to be a part of their lives like sort of halfway and that's causing him to turn into Man Spider, that would be a good story in and of itself. Like I don't think you need the spell being broken for that. I think the man spider part of it is a good sort of leash to put on that. But like, which is say, I think that's an interesting idea. I don't think it's necessary though.
Sure. I liked the idea just because it was just like, hey, this actually kind of fixes the problem that we're noticing in this movie where we just keep seeing Peter going, oh, but I miss my friends. I
Yeah,
want my friends back.
yeah, and I'm
Oh.
saying like in a better writer, the man spider mutation would have been enough. But these
Yes.
aren't good writers
But
we're dealing
so
with.
yes, so we have the spider mutations occurring. We actually so there were some cool things about this, which was he actually was unable to use his own spider, like his mechanical cartridges that he had made for webs. Then he had
Because he developed
also developed
organic web spinners like Toby Maguire had.
exactly. I was like, oh my gosh, that's pretty freaking cool. Um, and then we had him
But I
develop
will
this
say,
like
I do have a criticism of that. It's established that he can't use his web shooters anymore because, like, they obviously go on the exact part of his wrist where the organic web shooters are, so he can't use them at the same time. And the organic web shooters, he hasn't figured out how they work yet. Like, he can't make his muscles move in the right way to make them work
Yeah.
consistently. And so I was watching this, and I was like, well, you can't use your old web shooters because they aren't compatible with your current ones because they cover them up. And when Peter tries to use them at the same time, it causes his artificial mechanical web shooters to explode because they're on top of the organic ones. I was like, dude, would it not be easy for him to just redesign his web shooters so they can be somewhere else on his arms? Like he can create them with
He
different
could
triggers.
redesign it and just put it on top of his arm.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just design a new trigger that doesn't trigger your organic web shooters. So like
Well, no, see, the
that
thing is this, he could lower his wrists like wrist rockets like you have with Django, and then
with
he could
yeah.
he could do like a flipping back and forth with his wrists and have like spider web like Gatling gun.
Yeah, no,
And so
and
it'd
that
be
was
like he flips his wrist down off the top, lifts his
yeah,
wrist up, congratulations, you have the organics. And he
yeah, it's
times
not
it perfectly so he could have like ultimate web slinging.
yeah, it's not a super big problem, but that was like my first thought in the movie when I was watching it, and when his AI was like, Peter, you can't use your mechanical web slingers because they aren't compatible with your organic ones. My first thought was, well, okay, so redesign them so they can redesign them so they're somewhere else on your body, but they just don't do that.
You have a magical AI thing that could probably figure this out. Duh.
Yeah, well, he's got a magical AI thing that helps him create a microchip that can suppress the Hulk.
Hey, well, we're not getting there yet. We're not getting there yet, okay? We have to like first go to the point of what's next, which is in the storyline, Spider-Man is experiencing these things. He's trying to figure all this stuff out, and he's like, you know what? I need to go to somebody who understands mutations from this sort of like understanding of science. And he's like, let's go to Bruce. So he ends up going to one of Bruce's classes, and everyone there is wanting to talk about the Avengers, blah blah blah, whatever. Um, Eventually, it leads to the two of them having a stroll with each other, and they're having a talk about what is called inhibitors. And at this point, like I don't know so much about the Marvel universe, but I could hear them start to talk about sciencey stuff. And because of some of my other friends who they seriously got to be tismed. I'm talking about the one guy we used to go to church with that mustache. Um,
Yeah,
I seriously think he's got a different grade of autism because he hyper nerds out about and like I was just like tism science and they were talking about it and it just discussing it all. I was like, oh, that sounds so freaking cool. Nerd science. And then you bursted that bubble entirely because you're like, well, that's actually in continuity with something that came up in She-Hulk. I was like, blast it, heck nabbit, freaking hate
yeah. So
this. Like it was
for
gonna be
reference,
cool, and then
well, like it's not just continuity with She-Hulk; it's continuity with Endgame. And so this was I was telling you over DMs, like I thought that this scene with Hulk was really bad in terms of continuity, that it broke a lot of different continuity for different reasons. And then I looked up did some research about it, and I found out the reasons I thought it was bad were actually explained in other stuff like She-Hulk, but it just opened up different kinds of problems. So
yes,
what this scene establishes is that Bruce Banner in Endgame, as everyone knows because everyone saw Endgame, it made nearly $3 billion. Bruce Banner and Hulk, following Infinity War, um, reconciled with each other um, to the point where Bruce and Hulk's personalities merged to become Smart Hulk. So Smart Hulk is like Hulk's body, kind of, with Bruce Banner's mind, and their personalities emerged. And so,
it it's Hulk shaped, but all Bruce.
yeah, and so it's like Hulk is no longer a threat because Bruce Banner has completely like integrated his personality. So we no longer have to worry about Hulk being a threat to anyone because Bruce is in perfect control. And so that's
Which
established in,
reminds me of one particular scene that happened in Endgame where they had tacos. Oh my
yeah,
gosh, that scene was so cringe.
everything
I
about Hulk is
hated
cringe
Smart
now.
Bruce. The
Yeah,
only thing I didn't hate about Smart Bruce, Smart Hulk, was when he threw the gauntlet on.
everyone hates Smart Hulk. That's why they brought Savage Hulk back in this movie. People have been asking that for years now because no one likes Smart Hulk. They think he's cringe. But so
No, they
Savage Hulk.
shouldn't think that he is cringe. They should definitely know it is absolutely cringe.
Yeah. Savage, so that's why Savage Hulk is in this movie. It's like and like responding to the fans' demands. But so it was established in a post-credit scene of I think Eternals or somewhere, or maybe one of the Marvel no, Shang-Chi. It was established in the post-credits of Shang-Chi that after Endgame, Banner designed an inhibitor, which he's wearing in this movie, which allows him to turn back into human form. Because the consequence of him becoming Smart Hulk and combining with the Hulk is that he was permanently in Hulk form. He just had his own personality. So he designed an inhibitor that would allow him to go back to human form. And then and like that's explained in She-Hulk, where he explains that to She-Hulk. And in She-Hulk, they include a scene where the inhibitor actually gets broken, and it just causes him to revert to Smart Hulk because he can't control his transformation. But that's important to note is that She-Hulk establishes that when the inhibitor is broken, it turns him back into Smart Hulk because he and Hulk have been permanently merged. The only thing he can't control is the transformation. He's stuck in Smart Hulk form without the inhibitor. And I say all that to establish that this movie establishes he's got the inhibitor on, and he explicitly tells Peter, I've got the inhibitor on so that there's no risk of me turning into the other guy. And the other guy refers to Savage Hulk because Smart Hulk is Banner. Smart Hulk is Banner's personnel. So Banner's saying, I got the inhibitor on because it keeps me from turning into Savage Hulk. Because this movie has forgotten that in-game established Savage Hulk does not exist anymore. It is impossible for Banner to turn into Savage Hulk because he has incorporated Savage Hulk into his personality to become Smart Hulk. That is very important to establish. This movie has forgotten that Savage Hulk no longer exists.
Yeah, and it becomes a massive problem from what I can see entirely. Because so from this point, we see these inhibitors come into play, and then Peter starts talking about like an advanced, a risky form of these inhibitors where
Which would
essentially
suppress even more.
yes, and it focuses essentially only on specific genes, and it then inhibits them from doing anything. And
Yes,
even Banner was like, that sounds super risky and super theoretical.
because Banner's inhibitor suppresses everything. Because he just wants to be in human form, it suppresses everything that is associated with Hulk. Whereas Peter's like, what if I could design an inhibitor that, like using Hulk as an example, only suppresses certain parts of Hulk so that you can be parts you can have all the benefits of being Hulk with none of the side effects. And Bruce Banner's response to that is, well, how would you even determine what is beneficial and what isn't? How would you distinguish between those two things? Um, and so that's sort of the conundrum that Peter's presented with. Like, how do you even design an inhibitor that only suppresses some parts of your DNA? And that's like the problem he's got to solve. In the second movie of the three that is in this movie, which
Yeah, as we had said, so now from this point, we then see Peter then begins working on inhibitor technology, begins testing with it as well. And he goes back to the exact same alley that he was seen in. We have seen him in before, where he was practically naked. Um, and at this particular point, this is the point where I was like, okay, somebody's got to have seen him now. Like, You've showed up in an alley twice now, exact same alley, nothing different about it, and you're doing work. Okay, word of
Yeah.
mouth's got to start somehow, and everybody's got to be starting to move towards this alley, thinking, "Oh my gosh, it's Spider Man! I want to get like, I want to see Spider Man." And it's just like, okay, bro, understand you live in New York. Everyone, there's a lot of people in a New York. I will understand that try and mind their own business, but every place has got nosy people. Every
Yeah.
place.
Oh,
Some
this
places
reminds me.
more nosy than others.
That reminds me, the app that Ned designed to track Spider-Man's location, it is like the way it gets its data is users who have the app can report Spider-Man sightings, and that'll tell you where Spider-Man is. And I hadn't thought of this, but Mahler and the guys on Every Frame of Pause pointed it out. Uh, that like if the app has as many people using it as the movie claims, which is like at least hundreds of people, and they're all reporting Spider-Man's location, Peter usually, like, assuming that Peter leaves his apartment as Spider-Man the way he does like the video games, where he'll like swing out of the window, even if no one sees him coming out of his apartment, which is fine. We'll just say no one sees that. The fact that Peter has a specific place in the city where he lives means that that's going to be the place where he is most frequently, because that's the place he's coming from and returning to. And so, like, the fact that this app exists, if people are reporting on Spider-Man sightings every time they see him, probably there should be a huge cluster of Spider-Man appearances in the general vicinity of his apartment that should make it so that people probably know not exactly where Spider-Man lives, but people should know what part of the city he lives in. Probably even what
Like they
borough.
should know what block he lives on at minimum.
Yeah,
And they could probably even narrow it down to even one particular building.
they probably could. Unless he's being super good about about taking the Spider-Man suit on and off, like at least a block away from his apartment.
I wouldn't say he's that good. Obviously,
I wouldn't assume so either, no.
he's Mr. Incognito, especially in this alleyway.
Yeah.
So part of this scientific research that he's doing here, he's trying to find an inhibitor that'll get this stuff to work, and eventually, with his minimalist apartment, super
And what
AI technology that
and
he
also
inherited, we can only assume from Iron Man.
what we also learn in this
And
section during the montage of him testing the inhibitor is that when he goes outside, not only has he developed organic web spinners, and not only is he occasionally blacking out and going crazy, his senses have been heightened so that, like, when he goes outside, like, he hears so much noise that it nearly causes him to pass out from sensory overload. It has heightened his senses to an absurd degree, which is the reason I bring this up, Walt, is I want to say this is so far the mutations have only improved every single ability he has. His web, like, he has developed web shooters that he didn't have before. He seems to be stronger and faster. It's implied at least that he's stronger and faster. His senses are more heightened, but it also says that he has lost his spidey sense, which I don't think makes sense. It makes him more powerful in every single way except his spidey sense is no longer there. I don't think that makes a whole lot of
which
sense.
I honestly don't think it removes his spidey sense. In my personal opinion, if more than anything, I think it would probably extend the time, and it would give he would have more ideas on how to avoid the danger.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
But the movie
he would be
establishes,
faster, he would be more efficient, he would be more like he would have more in his arsenal to be able to do the thing that would require him, that would allow him to be excelling at this thing that he was already good at.
yes, that
And
is all
that's
true.
a huge loophole right there. Well, that's not a loophole, that's a huge plot hole right there.
Yeah, because the movie establishes that before his mutation, his spider sense would allow him to sense when Jean Grey is possessing people. So he knows without even seeing that they're being possessed. But after the mutation, it is explicitly stated he cannot sense when Jean Grey is possessing someone, which is really
It's
funny
because
that they
he's the
established.
experience of trauma.
Yeah, which is really funny that they established that because we haven't started talking about the way Jean Grey's powers work in this yet. The way her powers work, there are so many different rules that we have to go into, but one of them is that whenever Jean Grey possesses someone, they basically have a mini seizure. Like they like have a big body spasm. They react as if they've been hit in the face with a ball. Like they like spasm. They like bend over and they go like a South Park character, and then they're
Yes.
and then they like snap in and she's possessed them, and so it's like it was really funny to me in the theater seeing like they'll have this spasm, like someone will spasm and then they'll like snap to attention, and Jean Grey will be like, "Ha, Spider-Man, you can't sense me in this person." I'm like, I don't need to sense you. The person had a
I just
seizure.
watched you possess them.
Yeah, I watched it. What do you mean I can't sense it? I don't need to.
And like even at one point during like one of the sequences, I think it was the sequence where he was trying she was saying, I'm gonna go get MJ or whatever. You could see like Spider-Man using like his
Yeah,
extended range with his
he tells his
lenses,
AI.
watching it jump from person to person.
Yeah,
And
like
it's
you
not
see
like
them
it was like
spasming.
rocket science. It was just some jarring shake that they had to watch. It's like, up, they're in that one. Up, now in
Yeah,
that one. Now in
yeah,
that
no,
one.
but you need to sell this well. He like the way like you're watching them like people are having these huge muscle spasms and like seizing whenever Jean takes them over. And Spider-Man watches this and then tells his AI Evie. His AI's name is Evie. He's like, Evie, like scan the area and tell me who's getting possessed. He's like, what? You're you're asking your AI to tell you, hey, I need you to scan everyone and tell me who gene's possessing. And the AI like zooms in, and you see the people
AI
spasming.
just essentially is looking for people who are currently being affected by shaken baby syndrome.
Yeah, the
Like,
AI is
it's
yeah, the
essentially
AI
all
is.
it is.
It's not like the AI is like scanning their vital signs or anything. The AI is literally doing what Peter could do, which is just looking at people in the crowd, and anyone who has like a seizure is the person being taken
Yeah,
over.
it's like their arms are like the special like you'll have the airflow guys that are at like car sales places or all that, and it's just like a fan with a tube
Yes,
man that's just
yes.
like fling it's essentially that,
No,
and
that's
it's
actually
just
the
like,
perfect
hey,
one.
look at here, I'm being affected.
Yeah, no, that's actually the perfect comparison. It's like the wacky flailing inflatable arm flailing tube man from Family Guy. Like that's what they look like. And so now, like this is a good segue for us to talk about Jean Grey's powers. Because Jean Grey, we've scratched the surface of how her powers work. We talked about the telepathy, we talked about all of that, but we made some oblique references to the idea that Jean Grey's powers work in a very strange way in this movie. And so I'm going to run over the rules for how her powers work. So Jean Grey has telepathy; she can possess people, and when she possesses people, she can read their minds while she's possessing them and like look in their memories to learn everything about them. But there is a limit on her power.
She could speak through them as well.
Yeah, she basically takes full bodily autonomy away from that person, but there is a limit on her power. She can only possess one person at a time, which that on its own is like, okay, that makes some sense. Like you can only take over one person at a time. Not only can she only take over one person at a time, again, like I said, like the seizures, like the reaction to it, they react. I said very specifically, they react like they're getting hit in the face with a baseball, and that's because they treat it like when she takes over someone, it's like she's throwing her brain into someone else. And it's like when her brain hits them, it's like they get physically hit with her brain, and then her brain absorbs into them. It's like her conscience is a literal physical thing hitting that person and then absorbing into them. And so it's already weird where it's
Yes.
like she can't just take them over. It's like her brain is physically flying into the person. But then on top of that, she can only possess someone line of sight, which that makes some sense. Like you have to be able to see them, and only if they are within 33 feet of her. So she has to be able to see them, and they have to be within 33 feet of her in order for her to take them over. But she can chain the possessions. So like once she's taken over someone 33 feet away from her, she can then transfer her consciousness from that person to someone else who's 33 feet away from that person, so she can keep chaining the possessions to get farther and farther away from herself. So like
Which
basically like
when we watched the one scene where Evie was like watching it, it kind of reminded me of Hangman from Stardust Crusaders jumping from reflection to reflection.
yeah, that's a good comparison. And so it's like yeah, like once like so she can chain them together to get farther and farther away from herself. And I said to you while over DMs last night, I had a very specific comparison for why I was sitting in the theater thinking that this is just so weird that her powers work like this. It's so weird and it's so specific. She can take over people's minds and completely possess them, but only if they're within eyesight, but only if she has line of sight and only if they're within 33 feet. And she has to physically and like it takes like at least 5 seconds to fully take them over because her conscience has to physically travel through the air into that person, and then from there she can chain it to other people. There's like so many weirdly specific rules to how this works, and it made me think of a meme I've seen online that people make about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where people have made memes where they'll say that like every single JoJo boss fight, when the JoJo protagonist fights the main villain of whatever arc they're a part of, there's a meme that's like every JoJo final fight is a fight between a villain whose special ability is altering reality at will, and a JoJo whose special power is toasting toast without a toaster, but only at 3 p.m. on Tuesdays. And that's how
Oh
I feel.
my.
And that's how I feel about Jean Grey's powers, where it's like she can possess people and completely take over their bodies and read all of their thoughts, but only if they are within an eye, but only if she can see them. They're 33 feet from her, and she has enough time to physically transport her brain through the air into that person. It's and so like I was
Yeah,
watching this, I'm like, this is so needlessly convoluted as a way for this telepathy to work.
it's and also why 33? What made you stop at that particular number? Did it have to do
Because
something with the Masonic Lodge? Whoa, the Illuminati.
well, people thought about that. I can tell you, I don't know why it's 33 specifically, but what I can tell you is I know why they put all these limiters on it. It's because they think that they're being clever and putting enough limits on it to explain why she doesn't just win immediately. Because if she has her powers from the comic, where there's no like length that limits her possession, and she also doesn't have to take over people's minds to read their minds. She can just read their minds passively, like by being near them without taking over their body. If you give her all of the telepathic abilities her comic book counterpart has, then she would just win immediately because she needs to know where Metzger, the leader of damage control, is holding her sister. So all she would need to do is like go into the damage control building and like be in the same room as Metzger, and she could read his mind without even taking him over. She wouldn't even need to go into the building. She would just need to go like up on another building, get some binoculars, and like look at Metzger from another building into the damage control building with binoculars, and then read his mind through the binoculars. But so they're putting the 33-foot limit on it to be like, this is why Jean Grey can't just read
We're
his.
balancing it. We got to
Yeah,
balance this because it's too OP otherwise.
we're balancing it, setting aside the fact that, as we established, after the Hulk fight, Jean Grey gets into the damage control building, goes to Metzger, and she threatens to kill his colleagues if he doesn't tell her where her sister is, when she could just take over him then.
Yeah, and it's like she could literally just pop into his brain and be like, "Oh yeah, I know what we're going to talk about here. We
She
just
could
need to
pop
get
into
the
any
information I'm looking for."
She could pop into anyone's brain because it's established he works with an entire team. She doesn't even need to go to Metzger. She can just keep possessing different people from damage control, like like one by one, reading their minds and finding out more information from them until she has enough information. She doesn't need to attack Metzger. She definitely doesn't, going back all the way to the beginning of this discussion, she definitely doesn't need to plow a tank through the streets and blow up the damage control building with the tank.
Yeah, it was like she jumped through way too many hoops to try and do all these different things when in turn all she needed to do was like three steps and she would have
Yeah,
got
and
all
that's
the answers that she was looking for.
and that's what I'm saying. Like all of these different all rules that they placed on her power are their attempt to explain why she jumped through as many hoops as she did, but they don't realize that they haven't put enough limits on the power to justify the hoops she was jumping through because she could still just go and read someone's mind. She literally like she can chain the possession, so she can just keep jumping into more and more people, getting closer and closer to Metzger. Like, what's stopping her from possessing one person at damage control, walking into damage control, possessing the next person, then possessing another person, another person, another person, another person, another person, another person, until she possesses like Metzger's assistant, and then she's just right next to Metzger, and she can possess Metzger and just read his mind. There's no reason like she literally could have done that, gotten everything she wanted. Like her plowing the tank through the streets of New York City only puts Spider-Man on the case. Like literally everything she does that's not just reading people's minds and then letting them go, like is working against her because it's putting Spider-Man on her, it's putting Punisher on her. If the new Avengers weren't stupid, it would have put the new Avengers on her if Yelena wasn't an idiot. Like all she's doing is hurting herself by jumping through all these hoops that she doesn't need to because the movie thought they justified it when they didn't.
Yeah, it just makes things so much more convoluted, so much more stupid, and it just doesn't make sense. But all of this is leading up to we're just trying to find out who this Sarah is, which is her sister.
Yes.
And so we're trying to figure out who Sarah is, and then we get a flashback of Jean. I don't know where it's at in the movie. I can't remember exactly.
It looked
We
like
essentially
Central
have a
Park.
flash. Yeah, no, I mean I'm talking about where it's like placed at within the movie, not like
Oh yeah,
what location this scene is occurring in.
it's after the Hulk fight.
Okay, so she breaks in. She does the whole like Hulk. We have the whole Hulk fight. She eventually gets into this vault. And then a little switcheroo occurs, and uh, she gets tranked. She gets tranquilized and sedated.
The
And
Hulk,
before she
Bruce
passes
Banner gets
out,
dragged off to solitary confinement, and Peter and Punisher don't help him.
yeah, before she passes out, Peter's got a hold of her, like lowering her down easy to the ground, like a gentleman. And he he hears her say something about a person named Sarah, and he's like, "Who's this Sarah that you're talking
And he asks Metzger, and he's like, "Hey, she said the name Sarah. Does that mean anything to you?" And Metzger says, Uh, Sarah was someone I used to know who worked here, and she died recently. And Jean must have learned that name while she was possessing me, and read that from my mind. And why did she tell that to you? I really couldn't tell you because Metzger's a
Yeah,
liar.
but so that's the thing, which that later becomes a huge plot point. But all this we hear about Sarah, and we're like, "Who's this Sarah person?" Well, this is where I begin to do even more of my own research about this crap because uh, who is Sarah? Well, in the comics, we have who it is. Her name is Sarah Jean Bailey. Oh, she is the older sister of Jean Grey. Uh, it's Sarah Bailey Gray, I think, or something. I don't remember, but her name is Sarah. Okay, and so in the comics, she appears, I believe, only one time. And that is based off the research that I have found. That research shows that Jean has already been a part of the X Men. Jean has been doing a lot of work with them, and then this alien force known as the Phoenix Force shows up, grabs a hold of her, possesses her, and she travels back and to like a hometown or something like that. And she travels to meet her sister, and her sister is married, and she has two kids, and this is something around the age of like 35, 40 years old. And so we see all this information, and Sarah is a normie, not a mutant, nothing like that. But lo and behold, we look into this movie, and who the frick is this Sarah? What? Why? Why? She's an empath, just like Jean. She's like one of these like telepathic people, and it turns out this entire time, what has been happening is they have been doing testing on uh, these individuals because they were trying to understand the power, how the neuro links work inside of our heads, all that stuff, and the neurological paths, and understanding it so we could possibly replicate it in other individuals for beneficial nature because we want to make sure that the right person has it, not the wrong person. Well, then we start to see the little bit of the corruption that we're actually seeing. And the actual bad guy that we were thinking about the movie is actually like it's a pseudo bad guy for the real bad guy, which is the people who own this organization called Damage Control. Um, and so it's like, well, who's the bad guy in this? Is it Gene, the one who's actually done the murdering here, or the other this organization who's like corrupted, who actually has the foot, who actually has like all these different individuals working with them, and so
Well,
it
hold
just
on.
becomes a giant problem.
So, talking about the flashback, I need to bring this up because I was floored by this flashback. This flashback is probably the most memorable part of the movie for me because of how hilarious it is. So the flashback establishes that Sarah is teaching Jean how to control her powers by possessing random people in Central Park. So
Yeah.
talking about like growing number of bullet points on the villain list, it is using random strangers in Central Park as your guinea pigs to test out your mind control powers. So they're doing that. They're just violating strangers' bodily autonomy, but then Sarah's like, they're like, oh my gosh, my mom abandoned us because my mom's a bad mom, and that makes me sad. And then Sarah's like, I'm gonna make you feel better by going and get you some ice cream, Gene. And so she goes to get her some ice cream. As she's going to a nearby ice cream truck, Damage Control just shows up in like three SWAT vehicles because they have been spying on Sarah because they're trying to track her down because they already know that she's a mutant, that she's a telepathic person, and so they like shoot her with a tranq dart and they pin her to the ground. And Jean gets up and she's like, Sarah! And starts running towards her. And then Sarah possesses her while she's still conscious before the dart has made her fall asleep and possesses Jean and forces her to run away and hide. And then when Jean wakes up, Sarah's been kidnapped. And I was watching this entire time. I was like, so Damage Control knows that Sarah is here because they've been watching her, and they also know that Jean is her sister, and that Jean also, and they presumably know that Jean has powers. I think it's established later that they already knew that, and they're looking for Jean too. So they've been watching them this entire time. They captured Sarah, but they somehow didn't realize that Sarah's sister was sitting right there. And they also didn't hear Jean yell, Sarah! And start running towards them. They just didn't
Mm-hmm.
notice that because damage control is stupid and deaf and
Yeah.
blind. I don't
Completely.
have
And
anything
it's
else.
just,
I don't have anything else to say about the
it was one
flashback.
of
That's just.
those. Go ahead.
I don't have any other notes about the flashback. It's like Jean was literally there. Not only was she literally there in eyesight, she literally was screaming at them, and no one noticed her.
Yeah,
Stupid.
it doesn't make sense. And so this all flashes forward, and then we're like, wait a second. We kind of learn at this point that holy cow, uh, this whole scene, like for me, this whole scene with Gene and Sarah, it was a complete fabrication for the movie. Had nothing to do with the comics, nothing like that. Um, and then like we have a little bit of a jump back scene with like Ned and MJ and that whole thing because if I remember correctly, in this point in time, Peter had been working with. Yes, yes, I am correct in this because this is all inside of the. Um, this is all inside the battle with Hulk, and Punisher showed up to help out with that. Um, Punisher. So Punisher originally was supposed to be the person who was like a helper for Peter in this situation to guard MJ from being possessed or whatever. And nobody goes near where Punisher's at because Punisher's Punisher, obviously. And he's got this secret place that's basically like this ramshackled ship of just heavy doors and cramped spaces, not very large. It's a domicile more than a home. Um, and with that, we have like Peter doing some research and stuff there with her. Oh, and she beings that she had at one point in time she was originally majoring in biochemistry or was it biochemistry or biochemical engineering.
So
She was originally.
she briefly studied like biochem before majoring in like aerospace engineering or something.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, so basically, she, who's never seen anything to do with any of these sort of inhibitor deals, has
Fixes it
basically scienced her way through understanding this science, and
because she
has
studies
helped him.
science,
Yes,
which
because
I'm
she
glad you
knows.
brought.
Because she knows science. She's science.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I just want to say MJ is a Mary Sue in this movie. I know that
Oh yeah.
that's kind of a cliche thing to say at this point because of how much that was a talking point around Rey in the Star Wars sequels. Like the Mary Sue term kind of got played out because it got used about Ray so much because it's true about Ray. Ray's also Mary Sue, but like MJ is a Mary Sue. Like I I counted at least two separate times, probably more, that people in this movie who don't like anyone say that they like MJ. Like when Jean Grey was possessing MJ's mind, she literally says while possessing MJ to Peter, like, "Oh, she's got a messed up mind. I see why you like her." And then when she meets Punisher, she literally just like nags she nags and crap talks the Punisher and talks down to him and makes him seem like an idiot. And then when she walks away, the Punisher looks at Peter's like, I see why you like her. Like Punisher, who hates everyone, is like, yeah, MJ's pretty cool. I like her. MJ, like everyone seems to like MJ. Like everyone who meets her likes her. Like Peter thinks that she's just the greatest thing ever. She's able to fix complex scientific problems that even Peter doesn't know how to fix for him. Like
I have the
she's a
perfect
complete Mary
answer to
Sue
why this is the way it is.
because
Because
she's married to Tom Holland.
because she is Zendaya.
Well, yeah, it's because she's Zendaya, and for some reason, people are gassing up Zendaya the same way they gas up Beyonce. I don't get it. I don't know why. I know why Tom Holland does it though. It's because he's married to her, and so Tom Holland, who has a lot of control over this movie, is using this movie as an excuse to just talk about how awesome his wife is. Which, hey,
Yeah,
like, listen,
yeah.
a man who loves his woman is a good thing. Like a man who loves his wife and like wants to talk about how great his wife is. That's a great thing. But it's jeopardizing the movie. Like, And also, like, I'm not going to give Tom Holland a lot of props for making a movie about how great his wife is when he's also in this movie has his wife kiss another man in front of him to make him sad. It's like,
Yeah, he definitely is. He's not winning any brownie points in this, in my opinion. And also, I'm with you on this. Like, why do we obviously got to shoehorn Zendaya into all this? She's not that special. Um,
it's because she's being treated as the next Beyonce and she's married to the star of the movie. That's why she's in here. I guarantee you right now. That's why. I don't know why Ned's in this because like Ned is not
because
played by.
we need the comic relief.
Well, what I mean is like you can get comic relief from. So I know why Zendaya in this. It's because she's Zendaya and she's married to the star. Those are the two reasons. Ned is not Zendaya and he's not married to Tom Holland. So I don't know why they felt like they needed Ned back in this.
Yeah, it just kind of doesn't make sense really. But at the same time, like Ned though I feel was more important than Zendaya because without Ned, we wouldn't have the Spidey tracker. We wouldn't have like these conspiracies of maybe who Spider Man is and all that. With Zendaya, we have literally nothing except for oh my gosh, it's MJ.
Yeah, in that sense, I guess you're
That's
right.
it.
Ned has more bearing on the plot than MJ does, in the sense that he actually has stuff to affect it. Like MJ's only relevance to the plot is MJ's only relevance to the plot is, oh my gosh, Zendaya is so awesome. She's so amazing. She's so perfect. No woman could ever compare to Zendaya.
Yeah,
Black
and
Cat, here's that.
so at this point, we then see like that scene, and at this point, we have the scene with the vault, the Hulk fight, and then it comes back to where they're back at uh, Punisher's lair, and Zendaya found this magical letter that he had wrote not long after uh, the spell was originally done by Doctor Strange. And they have a deep discussion about this, and essentially she figures out his identity, and then he takes her home because she asks to be taken home because she doesn't have her phone on her. He takes her home. Then she invites him upstairs, hangs out with Ned with him, all this stuff. And it's like we're getting all these sentimental moments and we don't really need them. But
Well, not
also
only
in
do we
this moment, we have another point, which is with Ned's like phone. He's like, "Oh my gosh, the Spidey tracker's going crazy. It says he's in the area. Oh my gosh, like Spider Man's in the area." And then he goes, "Yeah, I didn't know that. Like, man, that's kind of crazy that Spider Man's in the area." And it's Spider Man talking to Ned.
Yeah, which I was going to say, Wild, what you just said, like, this is another unnecessary scene. It's not only another unnecessary scene, it's another example of what I would deem as Spider-Man's moral failing. He literally, like, the reason MJ remembers, well, she doesn't remember, she explicitly says she doesn't, but she finds the note he wrote to her in case he ever did try to reconnect. And so now she's read his note and knows that her memories of him have been erased. And she says, "Well, I still don't remember who you are. I don't have those feelings for you, and I just want to go home because this isn't going to work out." And that's the movie. That's the movie paying lip service to what I keep saying they need to do, which is he needs to move on and leave them behind. But like I said, at the end of this movie, Ned remembers him, so MJ is going to remember too.
Yep.
There's no way she's not going to. But I would say this is another example. Wild. It's not just an unnecessary scene. It's another example of Spider-Man's moral failure, which is Spider-Man is presented with what you could be called a test in this scene, a test of character, where he drops off MJ and she says, "Hey, would you like to come up and see Ned?" That is what you call a moral test, where Spider-Man has the opportunity to hear the offer that's being given to him and say, "No, I am sticking to my principles and saying that this connection needs to be severed. I have compromised on this too much as it is by being near you guys. I need to get out of here." And but instead, what Peter says is, "Oh my gosh, yes! Oh my gosh, I've been missing Ned so much. I need to play Legos with him."
I've been itching. I've been itching for a time where I could just spend time and play Legos with my Ned.
If I have to go another day without playing Legos with Ned, I will literally start smoking crack to deal with the withdrawal.
Yeah, and it just becomes another one of those scenes where it's just like, okay, the only part of Ned I thought that was actually kind of I'm glad they had it in there was the part of the Ramune being top shelf. I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. Every other point about Ned and MJ being in this movie felt like it was distracting. It was a problem to the progression of the story, and it really wasn't doing anything. And at the end of the movie, and through the end sequence, neither of the two are brought up as a factor of a problem, as a individual who is currently in like the damsel in distress position, like we have seen many times with um, the Spider-Man movies.
Well, yeah,
So
because that.
like we
Well,
have
yeah, well, because that would be super awkward if this entire movie Spider-Man was going back on his decision to keep them safe by staying out of their lives, and that puts them in danger. That would be like super awkward. That would make
yeah,
you
and the
question
thing
a
is
lot.
this like my thing is that we have this like moment where we have all this investment in these two characters and it should be something more of like a maybe like a damsel in distress moment, and it's not really anything of that nature. It's more or less just whatever. It's not that great. All they're doing is just creating a little bit of extra plot to this story that we're trying to appeal to the people who liked MJ and Ned. We're trying to appeal to the people who like the video games. We're trying to appeal to the MCU fans.
And
But
by the
what
way,
about the story?
Wild, when you say that we're trying to appeal to the people who like MJ and Ned, you're not just talking about the fans. When you say we're trying to appeal to the people who liked MJ, we're talking about Tom Holland. We're trying to appeal to Tom
Yes.
Holland by keeping his wife in this movie.
Yeah, it's to a point now where it's just like at this point in the movie I'm beyond fed up seeing MJ and Ned. And there was even a particular scene. So we then flash forward to I'm gonna just skip that point. I'll get to it. Um, from this point, information gets leaked out, and we learn, holy crap, Sarah was Jean's sister, and oh my gosh, she was trying to do was go and rescue her sister. All she wanted to do was this stuff. Now I, being the morally like sound person who accidentally delivered her to the bad guys, am now going to go try and protect her and or save her. And so that's what Peter decides to do. He's going to go to this island or whatever. They're currently doing testing on her, and her powers then mutate to such a degree because lo and behold, she does a little bit of observation in this room she's being stored in, and there's a particular word that had came to her initially when she was in search of for her sister, which was VMAX. And she couldn't figure out what this VMAX meant, anything of that nature. She does a little bit of observation in this holding cell that she's in. And would you know it? The ventilation system above her head, a part of it is like missing and it says VMAX.
And
And
she realizes
so,
that the
because,
last thing her sister saw was that vent because her sister died in that room.
yes, and so, because of that, her powers then get insanely more powerful, and she releases this mega burst where it's one of her powers that she would have that were a augmented ability that she would be able to control multiple people at a time. And it would be within a specific range. Well, turns out she's controlling people a kilometer away. a kilometer distance from her to everyone else.
Yeah, everyone within a kilometer.
Kilometer. That's more than half a mile.
So
Hello?
her powers go super insane.
That don't sound close range to me at all. One. And two, as this power is affecting it, like Peter is unaffected by this because of his powers for some odd reason. Peter's the only person Gene can't hop into his head, and it's because he's like super powerful or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
So Peter
doesn't make any
arrives.
sense.
Yeah, Peter arrives at the prison on the island, and Jean is now mind controlling the hand because the hand are still here to keep Peter from getting into the room to stop her from torturing Metzger. And so Peter has to fight the hand, and he initially is losing a lot because his powers still aren't quite working with all the mutations going on. And then he sort of has a revelation listening to Gene like make fun of him and sort of thinking out that sort of remembering a conversation he had with Aunt May before she died. He realizes that he's been like trying way too hard to do everything on his own, and he's like been sort of going about this all wrong, and like him sort of realizing that like he needs to stop pushing the world around him away sort of like causes him to his body to work itself out and stop mutating, and he's able to start using his powers properly again. And then he defeats the hand all at once because he's got a hold of his powers again, which we went over this earlier. I jumped ahead. It's a complete reversal and betrayal of the story that they were setting up, not only in No Way Home, but also in this movie. The idea that like the past is the
Well,
past. You gotta
a point I was saving here was this. So Jean's powers go absolutely insane, and she hits a kilometer away. Well, guess who just happens to be within that kilometer?
just outside of it.
Oh, Ned and MJ. No, no, they're
Oh,
just inside of that.
yeah, yeah. I thought you were talking about the Punisher.
No, no, not the Punisher. I'm talking about old Ned and MJ. They got to have their part in this too. They're damsels in distress, even though they're technically not damsels in distress in this situation. They're just within this parameter.
Yeah,
And,
and
and it
Punisher.
just, why?
Yeah, and Punisher is just outside of it because he was going to the island to help Spider-Man. And he sees that like it's blocked off now. But Punisher also notices something that you've not brought up yet, Wild, which is he stops just outside the border of the where the telepathy is, and he sees that the bubble of telepathy is actually slowly expanding. So the kilometer like it's actually increasing, and like her telepathy is slowly going more and more. And so Punisher goes up on a nearby rooftop to get a line of sight with his sniper rifle on Jean with the intention of sniping her and assassinating her to stop her
You
from
know
mind
why?
controlling the
Because
entire city.
Punisher.
Well, also because like she's actually going to just take over the entire city if someone doesn't stop her at this rate. So Punisher's going up there to stop the threat, which is currently actively increasing. And
It's this whammon.
yeah, I preface all of this to say that Punisher does not know where Spider-Man is. He sees the room, like he does not know if Spider-Man is going to be able to talk Jean Grey down. He does not know if she's going to be defeated. All he knows is she has currently taken over a kilometer of the city, and her sphere of influence is increasing. And if he doesn't do something himself, he is going to be taken over by it soon, along with the rest of the city. And so his Punisher thinks there's only one thing to do, which is to take out the threat.
Yeah, it's in this particular scene. We also see, as Punisher's doing his thing, we also see that the hand show up yet again, and they do some awesome fighting, and they're the ones supposed to be like stopping the Spooderman. And then Spooderman embraces his powers, obviously, and he's like, "I'm not alone. I'm gonna be like the Spider-Man I'm supposed to be." Blah 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 blah. And now he embraces these mutations, which don't make any sort of sense, but at the same time make some sense. Um, Shows back up in this room, and essentially Spider-Man is now beginning a negotiation tactic, trying to talk Jean away from murdering Metzger. You
And
have the scene.
Jean jumps into his mind, and she sees his memory with Aunt May, where Aunt May's having a pep talk with Peter. The same pep talk that helped him just a minute ago, which is like, you can't do this on your own. You've got friends who will help you. And what's funny is there's a part of the scene that hasn't played yet that now plays with Jean Grey in the flashback. So they play it like Aunt May is saying this to Jean Grey, and Aunt May says to Jean Grey in Peter's mind, like, you are strong and you are beautiful and you are amazing. You're such an amazing person. You're so great. And it's so funny because like the what this movie's
I didn't
telling you
know
is
they were
that
talking to Zendaya at this moment.
yeah, where's Zendaya in the scene? But the movie plays it like the way that Jean Grey stops being evil is listening to someone else tell her how awesome she is. It's like a
Yeah.
narcissist being
Also,
talked
someone she
down.
has no idea who it is, but oh my gosh, this person knows exactly who I am.
Well, I just think it's so funny the idea of Jean Grey is such a narcissist that the way that you talk her down from being a villain is by having a complete stranger tell her she's beautiful and brave and amazing. It's so
Yeah.
it's
You
so
know, honestly,
narcissistic.
that sounds like a great plot point for this little TV show called Stranger Things. Sounds great plot point.
Mm.
Will, why are you so powerful? Because I'm beautiful, strong, and everyone accepts me for who I am, which doesn't make sense. Also, sorry, off topic. So, um, we get to this
well,
scene, and
yeah.
he essentially talks her down.
By telling her she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's like, I accept it, and then you hear the
He tells her,
gunshot.
yeah, he tells her she's Zendaya, and she's like, oh my gosh, I've got to be better. I've got to live up to the title of Zendaya.
Yeah, and then she hears Peter hears the gunshot as they're in this like pseudo dream, and they're like, "What the heck's happening? Huh?
And Peter's
Uh
like,
oh!"
no. And Peter's
And
like,
Peter's
no,
like,
Frank. And Peter's like, no, violence
"No!"
against women. No. And jumps in front of the bullet.
Yeah, and he essentially jumps in front of the bullet, takes the bullet for Zendaya, and Frank is remorseful
Yeah, he starts
because
crying.
he hit Peter.
He starts crying. And so then
Carries
Frank,
him to a
like,
hospital, all this stuff, and
yeah. He carries him to a hospital, and Peter wakes up in the hospital a couple of days later. And the first thing that happens, Punisher sitting next to him, and Punisher's like, "Don't worry, I made sure that they didn't see your face." It's like, how? How did the doctors operate on his bullet wound without taking his mask off?
why did
He's
they
got an oxy-
apply? Wait,
He's got an
wait a second.
oxygen
I made
mask
sure.
on.
Yeah, okay. I made sure they didn't see your face. I made sure they didn't know your identity. Why is my mask off then? Why
Well,
is
I
it
guess
laying at the foot of my bed? Why is all of this equipment attached to my body? All these
well,
different things.
I guess they want you to believe that Punisher did that himself. Punisher comes in and says, hey, yo, let me tell you something. You're not seeing his face. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it for you. And like, Punisher's like bullying the doctors into letting him do the surgery instead of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. You're not seeing this dude's face, okay?
Like, I wish we could get like what is it? It's a Tony Soprano version of Punisher. Like, I feel like that would be pretty epic. Uh, Currently on Instagram, I'm sending you a picture. I think this truly like explains a lot of stuff. It's an image from Twitter, but how you have like obviously in this picture you got the guy who plays Ned. He's chill. You got Sadie Sink, so she's just Sadie Sink. She tries to be elegant, really doesn't try to show off a whole bunch. You've got John Bernthal, which is just John Bernthal. You got Tom Holland
You
being
got John
goofy Tom
Bernthal look.
Holland.
John Bernthal looks like he's squaring up to fight someone in this press photo.
Yeah, and then you've got Zendaya, which looks like she's half demon.
She looks like someone from the Hunger Games, yeah, because it's because she's Beyonce. She's the new Beyonce, so she's got to. Dress all dramatic like Beyonce.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. So in the we're very close to the end of the story here, which I am happy to say I have, as the more and more we've discussed this, I have had the same consensus as a lot of people from the Every Frame of Pause community. My rating just continues to trickle down to a lower number. Um, and so uh, they're like, well, I think Spider Man's better. And uh, Punisher's like, hey, kid, you want to try and find a way to get out of here? He's like, well, how am I going to do that? He's like, I got an idea. And in which then Spider Man assumedly walks out the front door, but it's not Spider Man. It's just Peter Parker. He walks out the front door and everyone's not paying attention. And then all of a sudden he hears, hey, look, it's Spider Man. And then it's actually Punisher up in the room with the mask on. How does it fit?
Dude, I was more
How the
distracted.
heck?
Dude, I was more distracted just by like when they like they go in, they like give you a shot inside the room of Punisher while he's wearing the mask and pretending to be Spider-Man, and he's in the window. He's going, "Rah! Rah! Rah!" And it's like he's literally doing. He's like every frame of pause. Mahler, like they did a review of the recent TV Punisher movie with John Bernthal, Punisher One Last Kill, and they started calling his yell he does when he's fighting mooing. He goes, "Moo!" And they call it. They've started referring to it as his mooing, and I can't unhear Mahler talking about like he's in the window, like pretending to be Spider-Man, and Mahler was like he's mooing.
Moo,
He's
moo,
mooing while
moo.
pretending to be Spider-Man because that's what John Bernthal's Punisher does. He moos. No!
Nah, nah.
He just makes
Yeah,
caveman noises. I was that took me out of the movie. I was in the theater watching him moo in an empty room, like in the Spider-Man mask. I was like, dude, why are you making the sounds?
yeah. So that eventually Spider-Man like kind of walks out, and then we see him just kind of going on living his normal life and everything, and then he gets like another call, and he wants to get back to work, and DeWolf's like, nah, Spider-Man, you need to rest, you need to do this thing where
You
you
need
just
to
take
take
time
some
and rest
time
and just
off.
be yourself.
You
To
should
which then,
maybe go find a real job.
yeah, go find a actually go earn some money for once, kid. Um, and so then he walks into the same corner store that he's walked in before, and he saw Ned. And lo and behold, guess who it is? It's Ned again. He's sitting there eating a sandwich or something, playing on his phone. And Peter's hesitant at first, and then he walks up and he's like, "Hey," the guy's like, "Hi." He's like, "I'm Peter." He's like, "Peter?
And then
You're
they
the
go
guy from the party, right?" And then they do their secret handshake.
from high school, and like you see on
Yeah,
Ned's face, he's like, hold on, how do I know how to do this handshake? What's going on? And they finish the handshake with like a I think fist bumps the last thing, and Ned just looks at his hands, and then he looks up and he just goes, Peter,
Peter.
and it cuts to Tom Holland's face smiling, and then it hits credits, and that's the end of the movie because apparently. A secret handshake is enough to break Doctor Strange's memory spell.
Doctor Strange's memory spell can't subvert the bros.
Which,
Okay.
by the way, Sadie's saying Jean Grey literally possessed Zendaya earlier in the movie and said that like Jean Grey having access to every single one of Jean Grey's memories says that like Peter's nowhere in there. Like the
You talk
implication to
about
me,
Zendaya. Oh yeah.
yeah, the implication to me being that like not even subconsciously, like the spell just completely erased their memories. Like And they have the lip service scene where Zendaya reads the letter and she looks at Peter and she's like, "I'm sorry, I don't remember any of this. I have no memory of you. I don't feel these feelings for you anymore." That's done for, and so the movie pays lip service to the idea that that's done. They're not getting it back, and then the movie ends with the secret handshake, which is gonna let you know, like I don't like Zendaya's gonna remember him in the next movie. It's just gonna happen. I already know. Like we already know it's gonna
No, no.
happen because
Zendaya's already breaking up with Ezra Bridger at this point.
oh, she's
Like it's
definitely
gonna
already
happen
breaking up
because
with him. Yeah,
well, it's because Peter already mentioned a point about wow, he kind of treats you kind of bad or whatever. He doesn't treat you like I would treat you.
yeah. He doesn't treat you like I would treat you, Zendaya.
Yeah, Zendaya. You want to know what a real man is? It's me. So
It, it's
then we
it's
have
me, Tom
obviously
Holland,
what it wouldn't be a Marvel movie
without a
without a
post-credit
post
scene.
credit scene. Yes. And
And
we
the
have a post
post-credit
credit scene.
scene
And what is it?
is
It
that
is back to the Spidey tracker.
yeah, the Spidey tracker says that Spider-Man has been detected, but it's out of range, and so it zooms out from America to the whole world. It's like still out of range. You're like, what? And it pans over past the moon into deep space and says that Spider-Man has been located somewhere in space, which is presumably a setup for. So
Many different things. It could be. It could be a
no,
setup for Doomsday. It could be a setup for Miles Morales. I've heard
no, no.
from one
I
person,
I know the two
which
things that
I
it could be a
highly
setup
doubt that
for.
one.
Now, I know the two things it could be
One
a setup for. I'm going to say one.
Doomsday and Venom. Doomsday
No,
and
not
Venom.
Venom. No, they're done. No, they're done with Venom. They're not doing Venom right now. Here's what it could be a setup. There are two possibilities. One is something we already know, which is Tom Holland, Bruce Banner, Mark Ruffalo. Like those two are not going to be in Doomsday. That is like confirmed. Brand New Day was actually originally supposed to release after Doomsday, but Doomsday got delayed, so now it's releasing first. Brand New Day basically this was going to be the explanation for where Spider-Man and Hulk were during Doomsday. Like, so they're not going to be in that movie, so it's not a setup for Tom Holland appearing in Doomsday. Now, there have already been leaks for what Secret Wars is going to be about, and without getting into the leaks and spoilers, it could be a setup for whatever Tom Holland is doing in Secret Wars, which is going to be the next Avengers movie after Doomsday. So it could be, it might be a
What do
setup.
you know? What any? Do you know what the leaks are? Possibly.
So, second spoiler alert for listeners if you don't want to hear um, what's what's going to happen in Secret Wars.
This
I
is
will
this is your final warning. If you don't want to know what may happen in Secret Wars, click away.
hold on. I've got an idea. To let people know when they can come back. What I'm going to do, so I'm doing, is I'm just going to put this on screen for a while, and I will take this off screen when we're done talking about Avengers. So to those, to
Yes,
those,
we will go.
to those,
We will go back to the Spider-Man image.
yeah, to those of you who don't want to hear Avengers spoilers, I'm going to put this on screen. If you don't want to hear Avengers spoilers, just scan ahead in the timeline of the video, and whenever this visual of Avengers spoilers is off the screen, that will be your clue that you can tune back in. So,
Yes.
Avengers spoilers starting now. So, the stuff that is leaked, again, from people like Gary at Nerdrotic, who, like I said, I knew that Jean Grey was in Spider-Man Brand New Day. I want to say close to a year ago, I knew that Jean Grey was in
It
this
was close
movie.
to a year ago that he spoiled it.
Yeah, and like so, Gary's very reliable. I knew that there was going to be I knew basically the entire plot to Deadpool and Wolverine close to a year before it came out because of Gary. I knew that Jean Grey was going to be in this specific Spider-Man movie a year ago because of Gary. I there's currently again these are spoilers for Doomsday and Secret Wars for everyone listening. There are currently leaks leaks just started coming out in the last 2 months that Tobey Maguire is going to be in Avengers Doomsday. Gary leaked that a year ago. I've known that Tobey Maguire was going to be in Doomsday for like somewhere between 8 months and a year now. And it is only just now leaked within the last 2 months in like the mainstream media. So that's all to say. Gary is very reliable when it comes to leaks about Marvel stuff. Gary has said that Doomsday ends with Doom winning, defeating the Avengers Thanos style, and basically he takes from Loki, like because Loki's currently like the god of the universe in the Loki TV show. He kills Loki, takes Loki's powers, and uses the TVA to completely erase the current universe and recreate a new universe, which is called Battle World in the Marvel comics, which is like a
Oh,
universe
Battle
where,
World, yeah.
yeah. So according to Gary, Doomsday is going to end with Doom defeating the Avengers and destroying the universe and recreating it as Battle World, which is going to be the plot of Secret Wars, is like the Avengers trying to get out of Battle World and defeat Doom. And so Spider-Man in space could be setting up Spider-Man being involved in Battle World in Avengers Secret Wars. Or, as I just said, I just mentioned Gary leaked a year ago that Tobey Maguire is going to be in the next Doomsday movie. Doomsday is reportedly going to open in the Tobey Maguire Sam Raimi universe, with that universe getting destroyed by the X-Men. And so that could be a spoiler. Like the post credit scene could be setting up that Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is going to be appearing in Doomsday on his world, which obviously would not be the MCU planet Earth. It would be a different Earth. So I think it's either
Yes.
setting up. It is either setting up, I think, Tobey Maguire in Doomsday, or Tom Holland and Tobey Maguire because he's coming back in Secret Wars, or Tom Holland and Tobey Maguire in Secret Wars. But it's not setting up Tom Holland in Doomsday, and I don't think it's setting up Miles Morales or anyone else well, one, Tom, like Miles Morales is at this point in the timeline, Miles Morales would just be a normal teenager. There's no reason for him to be in space right now.
Yeah, it's to this point now that I'm just like, it doesn't matter to me about these spoilers. I just don't care about these movies enough anymore. Like I used to. Like we used to care about Marvel movies because Marvel
Yeah,
movies actually had some sort of like respect to them. They had some ability to like tug at our heartstrings. And I really feel that I would say after Infinity War, we truly, truly saw the decline. And
yeah.
Endgame was like the last straw because things still were kind of odd about it. But it was like, you know what? We can end here. We don't have to
In
make any more Marvel movies.
Endgame was the last gasp, definitely. I personally prefer
Yes.
Infinity War as the end because I like the everyone dies ending.
It's significantly a better ending, in my opinion. And it doesn't have to deal with the problem of um, the quantum realm and all that stuff with Scott coming back, and then it
I'm
also
also gonna
doesn't
go
have to
ahead and
deal.
say
Yeah,
that we're past the
um,
spoilers.
yeah, we're past the spoilers right now. We're talking about how probably it would have been better with the Marvel universe because Marvel used to be like hyper respective when it came to spoilers and stuff. People didn't spoil stuff. And it used to be that if you were truly like a Marvel fan, you would like not spoil it for people. And Marvel from right around Infinity War to Endgame, it just like after those movies, everything was just up for grabs and nothing was respectful anymore. It was just these weren't even good movies. And
Yeah,
so
this universe
we
died.
we
This universe died when Thanos snapped his fingers.
yeah, me and Favor were both mentioning that. Uh,
Uh,
Truly, Infinity War probably would have
Infinity
been a
War is
better
the end.
finish. Yeah, Infinity War technically is the end, and um,
I don't think
it
Endgame's a good
was
ending.
no, but Endgame is the like the fumes left in the tank before your gas tank is run empty, essentially,
Yeah.
and that's basically like the end of the MCU. And in my personal opinion, I don't know about yours favor, but I feel you would agree with me that the end of the MCU as we knew it was probably it was definitely Endgame, but the better ending would have been Infinity War,
Yeah, the
because
better ending would
it
have been War,
truly.
yeah.
And I wish they kind of would have went with a different idea instead of it being Ultron. Instead of it being Thanos being the big bad guy at the end, it would have been like Ultron. I think it would have been an interesting perspective because I think one of the cartoons did that, and I thought that was an interesting point how they were going to uh they had all bait Thanos, and then somehow uh Ultron got a hold of all the stones, and he was the one who then now had all the control. And what do you do with a logical machine that's now sentient? How do you defeat that? So I thought that would have been an more interesting ending, but at the same time, they didn't go that way, and it's fine. And now we're just sad at Marvel movies more than anything else, or anything really of the Marvel universe, just because they just suck.
Yeah. And
And
so
and this
like
is one of those movies. This is one of those movies that it's just like it had so much potential, but it sucked.
yeah. Well, it had so much potential, and part of the reason it sucks is because it had no interest in utilizing any of the potential it had. And like to bring it back from the broader sort of summary of the MCU, like my in summary of my thoughts about Brand New Day, I want to preface. We can both give our thoughts in summary. While but I'll go
Like
first.
our final thoughts, essentially, like on this.
Yeah. Um, I something that I really care about. One of the things I care about more than anything else when it comes to writing and story quality is stories that are willing to follow through on the decisions that they have made. I do not like stories that try to have their cake and eat it too. It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons I was violently ejected. I had to violently eject myself from being an Attack on Titan fan because Attack on Titan very famously killed off one of the main characters. He was burned to death and then dropped over 100 feet to his death, and then they brought him back to life. Like he survived it. Attack on Titan was a series that like built it that sold itself on the idea that anyone can die. Like death has consequences, actions have consequences, and you can permanently and characters can permanently like depart from the story as a result of the dangerous situations that they place themselves in. And Attack on Titan completely completely went back on one of the most dramatic deaths they could do, including like that character having a long, like a very emotionally poignant speech about how he was going to sacrifice his life and so that his friends could keep going without him, and that he would allow his friends to fulfill the dreams he had for his life for him. He's like, you guys can fulfill my dreams for me. I'm giving my life for you guys. And then the next episode, he was like, they brought him back to life. It was one of the biggest betrayals of the core of what I perceived the series to be, which was a series that was willing to take risks. Um, and move the story forward in necessary and dramatic ways. And I see Spider Man Brand New Day the same way. I said going into this that my thoughts on this movie were that I thought objectively, as a movie, like writing quality, it was a 4 out of 10. And like subjectively, how much I enjoyed it, I was at like a 6 of 10. I would still probably put the writing quality at a 4 out of 10, but discussing this and really thinking about it, my enjoyment of this movie is at like a 2 or 3 out of 10 now. I really don't like this movie. The like each of the movies in the first Spider-Man trilogy with Tom Holland, Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home, their titles were thematically significant. Like Spider-Man Homecoming, like it was called Homecoming because it was about Peter sort of in his junior year of high school, sort of like, or maybe sophomore year, sort of stressing out. He had this crush on this girl named Liz at school. He wanted to take her to homecoming. He was also trying to like balance his school life with Spider-Man. He was trying to figure all this stuff out. And he's also trying to impress Tony Stark because he wants to join the Avengers. And so he's like becoming more and more reckless, trying to do more and more heroic things, trying to take more stuff on himself to impress Tony and show him that he's worthy of being an Avenger. And by the time you get to the end of the movie, Peter's come to this realization that he doesn't do what he does to impress Tony Stark. He doesn't do what he does to get the honor of joining the Avengers. He does it because it's the right thing to do and because he's a hero at heart and he cares in his heart about helping people who can't help themselves. And so when Tony does finally offer him a position on the Avengers, Peter turns it down because he thinks he can do more good as a solo hero doing fighting street level crime in his hometown. And so it's a homecoming. It's homecoming literally in the sense that he's going to homecoming with this girl he has a crush on at school, but it's also a homecoming in the sense of Spider-Man returning um, uh, to his roots of a person, like morally, and realizing I don't do what I do for the sake of applause. I do it because it's the right thing. Far from home, again, there's a literal and a metaphorical meaning to it. Literally, he's far from home. He's in Europe on a school field trip, but he's also far from home in the sense that Tony Stark has died, his mentor. He's learning how to be a hero on his own again. He's a he's comparing himself to Tony, trying to live up to Tony's like memory. And there's a speech where Tony's butler, Happy Hogan, has to explain to Peter like, Peter, you need to stop being so hard on yourself. You're trying to live up to an image of Tony Stark that even Tony couldn't live up to. Tony had his flaws. Tony was an imperfect man. Like Tony, like fell short in his own ways, and you shouldn't be comparing yourself to Iron Man, the myth. You should be doing your best to be the best version of yourself as a hero. You should be you shouldn't be comparing yourself with Iron Man. You should be comparing yourself with the person you were yesterday and see,
Didn't Favreau play
yes, John
Happy?
Favreau
Okay.
is Happy Hogan. And so that's sort of the point of Far From Home is like Peter's far from home in the sense of like his security blanket of having sort of Iron Man as a mentor is gone now that Iron Man is dead. And then you get No Way Home, which the No Way Home in this sense is like both like the
It's
literal
multifaceted again.
it's multifaceted again, but they're also more united than ever in the sense that Aunt May dies. So he loses his only parental figure he has left, and at the end of it, he has to give up his identity and everything he has, the memories of all of his friends, and leave everything behind for the sake of saving the world. And so it's literally there's no way home. Like like Far From Home was he's far away from the security blanket of Tony Stark as a mentor, and now the upgrade of that is he's not only far from home, there's no way home. He's got to leave everything behind for the sake of saving the world and going from Spider Boy to Spider Man. And Brand New Day is following in its title. It's the title Brand New Day is following sort of that naming scheme. A Brand New Day is supposed to be about this is a brand new day for Spider-Man. He's a new man. He's got a new civilian identity. He's got new goals. He's going to meet new people. He's going to move on from everything he had to sacrifice in No Way Home. It is a brand new page. It is a brand in every single way you could think of it. It is a new chapter of Spider-Man's life. And then this entire movie is about how Peter is actually going too far. He actually is being too hard on himself. It is actually okay if he reconnects with MJ and Ned. It's actually okay if he keeps bringing them back into his life, even though he already realized in the previous movie that he puts them in danger by being in their lives. It completely undoes all of the character progression that Peter made in the previous trilogy by having him go back to his safety blanket and his childhood friend and his high school girlfriend. It completely undoes all of that, but it does it through it does it while also claiming that it's still a brand new day. You've got Peter's watching these documentaries about spiders entering a new life and the growing pains of that, but he's not entering a new life. He's dragging his old life into the brand new day with him, and the film completely fails to recognize that that's what it should have been about. The mutations, the man spider, all of that. It should have been the consequences of Peter not accepting that this is in every sense a brand new day, and he can't take the old day into the new day with him.
He
He's
can
holding
only
on.
learn from his past and be better about not making those mistakes again.
Yeah, and accept that the past is the past. Like Ned and MJ have their own lives that they can go and enjoy without being a part of his, and he can be happy for them instead of MJ's boyfriend being a loser who doesn't treat her as well as Peter. It could be that Peter watches her get a new boyfriend and be happy for her that she's able to find happiness without him in her life. And like I was thinking about it today, and like the title of this movie, Brand New Day, is completely it's a lie. It's completely disingenuous. It's not true at all. And this movie should be called Spider-Man Homecoming 2 because it's Peter going back
Yeah.
home again. Even though the previous movie said No Way Home, they should have kept the home naming scheme and just called it Homecoming 2. This Spider-Man film series right now should be called Spider-Man Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home, and Homecoming 2. That's what this is. It's Peter going back home. It's a complete betrayal of the thematic arc that Spider-Man went on in the first three
No,
movies.
Homecoming, Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home, Back at Home.
Well, I say Homecoming too because I think that this movie is lying, and I think it's disingenuous, and I wanted to be honest. Like the idea that you would call it Back at Home too, like give it a new title. I appreciate the cleverness in what you're saying, Lyle, but I don't respect this movie at all, and I respect it so little that I think it should literally just be called Homecoming 2. It doesn't deserve its own original title scheme because it's Homecoming 2. It's Peter going back home. He's homecoming again. Like this, and like I'm calling it Homecoming 2 out of derision. I don't think it deserves the cleverness of giving it a new home, like a new name in the home scheme. I think it should just be called Homecoming 2 because that's what it's doing. No Way Home, No Way Home, like was all about like you can't go home anymore, and Brand New Day is about like actually you can go home. I guess that would be fun. That would be my title for it if I couldn't go with Homecoming 2. It would be Spider-Man Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home, and actually there is a way home.
Actually, wait, Home's down the road.
Yeah, actually home is
Oh,
that way.
and so for me, like the
Yeah,
more we've
so
discussed this and the points you've brought up, it's done the exact same for me. It's my numbers have lessened, definitely.
And so, yeah, like I have gone from being neutral to kind of positive on this movie, just in terms of my feelings, to like I actively don't like it. This movie is the kind of story that I hate the most in storytelling, which is a story that completely goes back on everything it's set up. And it's one of the things I hate most about the MCU anyway. It's why I was out of the MCU in Captain America Civil War. The only reason I kept watching the end game is because I wanted to see the end of the story. But like in Civil War is the movie where War Machine gets shot out of the sky by Vision. Crap like falls from like basically like from like cruising altitude of a seven from like the cruising altitude of a passenger airliner, crashes, survives it, but with a broken spine, so he's paralyzed. And then at the end of the movie, they've just given him magic robo legs, which allow him to walk again. So they didn't even commit to killing him, and they didn't even commit to paralyzing him either. They had already fixed his paralysis by the end of the movie.
They did the
Marvel,
exact same problem that Attack on Titan has.
yeah,
You're
Marvel. What
unwilling to
it's
kill somebody.
it's a plague with Marvel that Marvel just never commits to any actual consequences. And this is a really good example of it. Not only can Marvel not commit to killing off characters like War Machine, they can't even commit to Spider-Man's girlfriend breaking up with him because her memory's been erased. They had to bring Zendaya back. They couldn't even commit to that. And this is the kind of story I hate the most. It doesn't commit to anything it set up. It doesn't have the guts to. It doesn't have, like, the writers don't have the vision to. So that's why I hate it the most. It's indicative to me of a lack of vision. You can't even commit to something as small as Spider-Man having to sacrifice his relationships with his friend and girlfriend. You can't even commit to that. You've got to bring them back. Tom Holland has to have his wife on set with him as a security blanket, so you bring her back.
Yeah, and it just literally all it does is just makes everything that you've done before obsolete, and it makes those storylines that people may have loved no longer viable options. It no longer makes them even optional for a person to think about as a good movie because this new movie has tried to make it obsolete.
Yeah, and this is also what I was referring to earlier when I said briefly that I don't think that Tom Holland's the right person for Spider-Man anymore. What I meant by that, and this is the way I'll sort of wrap up all of my thoughts on Spider-Man. I've given my final thoughts now, but now I'll address the Tom Holland in the room. I said earlier that I don't think Tom Holland is the right person for Spider-Man anymore. And the reason I say that is because Tom Holland talks a lot in interviews about how much he cares about getting the character right and how much he cares about sort of shepherding this film series and making sure that everything's done correctly. There was a very famous story about Tom Holland. Like, obviously, Tom Holland got his big break in Marvel movies, and Marvel movies are most of what he's ever done. And when he did the Odyssey, because he's in the Odyssey, he plays Odysseus' son Telemachus. He in the Odyssey. Um, I think that the director of Spider-Man: Brand New Day, Destin Daniel Cretton, said that Tom Holland was filming The Odyssey and Brand New Day at the same time, and he said that after the first couple of weeks of filming The Odyssey, he said that Tom Holland called him, um, basically in a rage, and told uh, Destin Daniel Cretton and the rest of the producers on the movie that they were not going to film anything else in Brand New Day until they had a completed script and until they had a full vision of what they wanted the movie to be. Because you probably know, well, and a lot of people know now, like, lots of Marvel movies now are made before the script is done. They just show up the day of and start filming stuff and figure out what it's going to be later in the editing room. And Tom Holland, working with Christopher Nolan, who, for all of his faults when making The Odyssey, is still a real filmmaker who's made movies like The Dark Knight. Christopher Nolan, a real filmmaker. Tom Holland was on the set of The Odyssey for a couple of weeks, saw that they were filming scenes with a completed script, and Christopher Nolan would come to set the day of, knowing what he wanted to shoot and knowing what he wanted the shots to be, with the sets already built because he'd already decided what the set should be. And Tom Holland was like, "This is so much more professional than anything I've ever done at Marvel. We need to do this on the set of Spider-Man." So Tom Holland does care about Spider-Man to an extent, but I think it's pretty clear when we look at all the meta surrounding this that Tom Holland doesn't care about Spider-Man in the ways that he should. Because if Tom Holland was doing what was necessary for this character and for the story they were telling, he would not have brought back Ned Leeds and Zendaya for this movie. Like, they don't need to be here. They actively undermine the previous movie. The only way you could have brought them back is for the story that we've been talking about, where Peter's trying to sort of hold on a little bit. He doesn't want to let them go completely, and he has to learn at the end of the movie that he needs to stop holding on to the past and really sever the cord. But that's not the movie they told. They brought back Zendaya and Ned Leeds so that they could have them back. They brought them back just because Tom Holland wanted Zendaya to continue being his love interest in the movie, which, again, they're married in real life. That's a fine thing. Tom Holland loves Zendaya a lot. That's good. A man should love his wife. But, like, you're an actor in Hollywood, dude. If you don't want to play Spider-Man dating other people, then maybe you should turn the role over to someone else who's willing to do what's necessary for the role. Like,
Yeah, it's baffling to me that the hypocrisy just goes they're so selective a lot with these things. So, like, yes, we get the whole thing of he's wanting to have a script, but part of that should be also like sticking to like what makes sense instead of, oh yeah, I'd love to have my wife on set. Oh yeah, I'd love to have my wife in this movie with me. It's like, can't you
And
be
also,
independent?
he's apparently willing to do what's necessary for the story when it involves Zendaya kissing another dude in front of him. So it's not like they have some super strict rules about how like they won't kiss anyone but each other on screen because they're married. They obviously don't have that rule. Like the last five movies Zendaya's been in, other than Spider-Man, have been her falling madly in love with men who aren't Tom Holland. She's Timothy Chalamet's
Dune.
yeah, she's Timothy Chalamet's baby mama in Dune. She's Robert Pattinson's wife in some movie that just came out. I don't remember the name of it. There was that tennis movie where she played a girl who was two timing two different dudes at the same time. Like, so it's obvious they don't have some super strict rule in their marriage that like they won't be in relationships with other people on screen. Which some actors have that rule, and I think that that's an admirable rule to have. But that's clearly not a rule that they have. And so it's like I don't get the fixation with Tom Holland, especially because Zendaya has been in like I actually looked it up last night. I think in the last like 5 years, Tom Holland has been in four movies, and Zendaya has been in three of them with him. Whereas Zendaya has been in like five movie. No, Zendaya's been in eight movies, and five of them have been without Tom Holland. And so it's like I don't know what it is, dude. It literally does seem like Tom Holland just can't. He can't function without Zendaya there as his like safety blanket. I don't know, dude. It's super weird because it's like it's only him. Like she's doing all these other movies where she's like dating and like marrying and having babies with dudes who aren't Tom Holland. And then you got Tom Holland who's like will only sign on the dotted line to appear in the movie if Zendaya can be holding his hand the entire time on screen.
Yeah. And I know that this is definitely like super controversial for a lot of people, but it's still like this is the way it is. Like we can't make this crap up. It's a simple Google search, like I said earlier in this. It's if you would just look at the information at hand, like a lot of this is just information that it may not necessarily be the like most true stuff, but it makes you super suspicious about everything that's going on and how people do these movies and all this. It's so disingenuous for them to like with the Odyssey talk about wanting to be uh loyal to the source material, but then not be loyal to either the translations and even like the leader the author of the modern translation being like this was abysmal. Then you see with this it's like it can't pick a storyline and it can't stay true to even its own continuity. And even then also it's like but Zendaya. And it's just like can we do something
But my
else,
safety blanket.
Marvel? Can we do something else besides like we got to have the popular person in this, and can we at least make a movie that actually fits the comics?
Well, dude, I
Can there
legitimately don't.
ever be a comic accurate movie or show again?
Well, dude, I legitimately don't think in the cases in Zendaya that it's Marvel's fault. I don't think you should look at Marvel and be like, "Can we just do something else, please, Marvel?" I think it really is a case of you have to look at Tom Holland and be like, like, can you please reach down into the core of your being and find like the mental fortitude necessary to make a single movie without Zendaya, please?
So what you're saying is what it sounds like to me is he needs to have his own no way home moment. He needs to
Well, no, like
sacrifice and so he can have his own manhood.
I know, I think like, I have no problem with Tom Holland being head over heels for his wife. I got no problem with that. The problem I have with it is that like he apparently can't stomach the idea of making a movie without her. It's like, dude, if you guys are going to be if the two of you are going to be codependent and just only make movies together, then I guess fine, more power to you. But it's not. It's they're not even doing that. Like I said, Zendaya, like three of the last eight movies Zendaya has done have had Tom Holland in them, as opposed to like three of the last four Tom Holland has done have had Zendaya in them. It's like there's a, it's like it's not like they're just codependent and won't work and won't work without each other. Like Zendaya's completely fine. Zendaya's completely like cool with the idea of making movies without Tom Holland. Tom Holland's the one who can't, for whatever reason, can't seem to like let go of Zendaya's hand long enough to film a Spider-Man movie without her.
Yeah, it's like there's some sort of like uh, separation anxiety or something, and
Which
it just
this is all speculation, and to a certain extent, I'm being hyperbolic for the sake of like joking, but I'm not being hyperbolic about those numbers. It's like four, like three out of the four movies Tom Holland has done in the last 6 years had Zendaya, whereas only three out of the eight she's done in the last like 3 years have had him, or last 5 years or whatever. So like, I'm being a
yeah,
little bit hyperbolic, but I'm not exaggerating those numbers. And I'm
yeah,
also not I'm also not exaggerating when I say like Tom Holland. I think the only reason Zendaya is in this movie is because of Tom Holland's, and I think that really I think that completely compromised this movie. I think that this movie's
yeah.
completely compromised thematically and storyline wise because of that.
So my personal final thoughts are I really had no hope for this movie. I remember hearing it be announced, or like the first trailer for it dropping, and someone I know here was like super excited, and they're like, "Dude, you should totally be excited for it. Spider Man, like it's gonna be great." I'm like, well,
And
I
that
know basically where they're based off the name, what they're probably going to do with it, which it's supposed to be the worst storyline, and somehow that worst storyline got worse, which is not
yeah,
surprising
and
because
and
someone touched it.
what you're describing, like someone saying to you, you should be excited because it's Spider-Man. What you just described is why this movie has made $927 million in 3 days,
Yeah,
because
because
that's how much
apparently
power
Spider Man is
Spider-Man has.
untouchable.
Well, that's how much power
And
Spider-Man has.
yeah, and I agree that of all the superhero movies, the one with the most success has been Spider-Man. Uh, of all the Superman movies, only like one or two was good. Of the Wonder Woman movies, not really any of them were good. Batman movies are like 50-50. Uh, we don't talk about any of the other DC movies uh, because none of those are good. Um, Marvel movie wise, the only one who had any sort of like kinda like notability to them, even though that notability wasn't great, was Thor. Iron Man movies were kind of crappy, and we knew that after Iron Man 3. Captain America movies up until Civil War were good. Wait, that was second. So like really no, none of the superhero movies have the name like Batman and Spider-Man, the two. DC has Batman, Marvel has Spider-Man, and even Marvel doesn't even have that. And still, with the notoriety of people saying, but it's Spider-Man, like, it's probably going to be good. It's like, well, I don't have hope because it's a movie and it's coming out of Hollywood. And so after just like sitting on this and really kind of thinking about what made sense, what didn't make sense, and then we talk more about like some of the points that you had that I didn't even think about, like the comic book accurate personality of Jean Grey. the fact that like Yelena talking about big potato stuff versus little potato stuff, which I actually, as we were sitting here and you were talking, I saw something come up on Twitter, and it was a thing. It was like big potato stuff. It's like lifting up a piece of like cement and flipping it over. Small potato stuff. Spider-Man in the Iron Spider suit defending the gauntlet against the hordes of Thanos. Small potato stuff. Don't worry about it. And so, for me, I I didn't have much that I was hoping for with this movie. I didn't have really any expectations going into it except for it's a Spider-Man movie. Like, I'm not super into Spider-Man, but like I have some investment into it just because of it's one of the first superhero movies I ever watched, which was the Tobey Maguire movies. And then after that, I was just like, after we've watched this and we've discussed it, my number being at a 6.2, and that is the highest, has now gone down to probably, I'm going to say a 4.8. Like, and I feel like that is respectful because they're they could have had so much potential with this movie. They could have so much they could have done. Uh, and a lot of it was easier fixes. Uh, it wasn't all like super hard things for them to do, like cinematically or film wise. It's just like a couple little simple tasks. And if they would have done those, they would have really uh, like made a fantastic movie. But because of the previous history of um, No Way Home, because of how every other Marvel movie has just sucked, um, and we see that Spider-Man seems to be the only successful one besides Batman. It just, for me, it just means that it's easier for when Spider-Man comes out and people are like, it's so great. I could just be like, do you not see the problems with this? Do you not see like Marvel's got their hand in this just like they do every other superhero except for Batman, and how it is just not good. And for me, I'm just glad I don't have to watch this movie again.
Well,
And
like you said just now, you said you sort of like look at people who are fans of the movie and say, "Do you got like do you guys really not see the problems?" I said this at the beginning of the podcast. I'm saying it again now. We're gonna hit the 3 week mark on this, and all of a sudden, like I'm this at least 50% of the people who are singing this movie's praises are suddenly gonna start saying, "Yeah, this movie sucks."
yeah,
Yeah, this was supposed to be a movie about Spider-Man like having lost everything, like living ground level, trying to make it on his own. Like, why is it that he had all this Tony Stark tech? Why did he bring back Zendaya? Why did they bring back Ned? Why did they bring back all these people? That stuff. All like these, what we're the things we're saying right now are the things that like normies are going to be saying, and like probably starting at the 3 week mark. Like
two, two and a
this movie
half,
has a
3 weeks
shelf
from
life.
now.
Yeah, this movie has a shelf life. It definitely does.
But at the same time, it's a Spider-Man movie, and it's one of the few movies that people were looking forward to this year. Um, and I'm happy to see that like a superhero movie is getting some attention, but at the same time, it's not great because the movie sucks. And if we could get like the next Batman movie to come out, that'd be freaking fantastic. But we got to wait, what, 2 years on that one now? And so for the rest of
Yeah,
the
the
year,
Batman is February 2028.
the only movie I'm looking forward to for the rest of this year is Dune Part 3. That's it.
Dude, I'm looking forward to Clayface and Resident Evil.
I forgot about those, but I don't know how I'm going to feel about Clayface. Like, I'm still kind of hesitant. But at the same time, like,
I mean,
I don't know who the director is. I don't know who all these other people are that are in it. So,
I don't know how I'm going to feel about it, but I know right now that like Clayface is sort of coming through the same pipeline that not the same people, but the same creative process that the Joker movie did. And so I'm hoping that they can recapture the magic that
which
Joker
Joker
had.
movie?
The first one, the good one.
Okay.
Not the same people, but same sort of creative process. So I'm hoping it recaptures some of that magic.
Yeah. Hopefully, because it's my favorite superhero. It's the Batman universe. So hopefully they do Batman correctly.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about the new Batman movie that's supposed to be coming out in 2 years. It got delayed, what, two or three times now?
It sounds like it's fourth or fifth delay. Yeah, it's coming out in February 2020. It was originally the most recent was it got delayed from October 2027 to February 2028.
Yeah, and the reason why that occurred is because of Superman, Supergirl.
There are some speculations about that. Some people are speculating Superman Man of Tomorrow comes out in 2027, and so there's some speculation that DC didn't want to release a Batman and Superman movie in the same year. There's also speculation Batman got delayed from October 2027 right after. Let me look it up. There's a there's a guy that you and I aren't a fan of on screen right now. Favor, not favor,
Oh,
Miles.
the Jar Jar. The
Jar
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 Jar.
Abrams. He's got a movie called The Great Beyond, which just got delayed to October 1st, 2027, also being released by Warner Brothers. There's some speculation now that people, because this got delayed to October before Batman got delayed. So Batman was supposed to come out October 2027. This got delayed to October 2027, and then like the day after, Batman got delayed to February 2028. So there's a lot of
So it's
speculation that
possible that it's all because of Jar Jar.
yes. So add that to the list of reasons that like I wish Jar Jar was not making movies.
Man,
Oh, speaking of,
if
hold on.
only.
Every Mahler and the guys pointed this out on every frame of pause, which I hadn't considered. I need to double check something. Um, Thanos. Yeah, Thanos dusted half the universe in the Marvel timeline. Thanos did his snap in 2018, right? And
Sure.
they pointed out on every frame of pause. I'd never considered this. Like, and it's been established in the MCU from like that Star Wars exists and that Disney exists. Not like those they exist in the MCU. They pointed out if Thanos snapped in 2018, that would mean that he dusted half the universe in the middle of Disney filming Star Wars Episode 9. And so Star Wars Episode 9 would have never finished filming. And so Thanos is technically a hero. He saved us from Star Wars Episode 9.
No, he didn't because he didn't do it properly because we still got Star Wars Episode 9. If
You
only.
mean you mean Star Wars Episode 8?
No, no, either, honestly, all of them.
Well, oh, yeah,
All
he
of the
was
sequels.
he was too late to save us from Force Awakens and Last Jedi, but he did save us from The Rise of Skywalker and all the Disney Plus shows.
Yeah,
So in a way, Thanos is kind of a hero.
yeah. So, well, I, yeah, I'm hugging a solid 4.8. What are you hugging rating wise?
My rating of how good I think the writing is hasn't changed. That's still a 4 out of 10. In terms of my enjoyment, it's gone from a 6 to probably It's like a 4 out of 10 enjoyment right now, but it's still descending, so it might be a 3 out of 10 by the time I go to sleep tonight.
So like you'd say 4.5 at max for you.
Probably.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm
it's
liking it less and less with every passing minute.
yeah, and it's just
Oh my God. Look at the synopsis on the wiki. It's just a lie.
yeah, yeah. It's it's only becoming more and more evident that they keep trying to force feed us what they want to tell us, but instead we're getting whatever it is that they think is gold and it's truly garbage. Kind of brings a new meaning to the phrase one man's treasure is another man's trash. Or one man's
Yeah.
trash is another man's treasure. It's just
I
this
was
is
just gonna
truly
let
the
I was
complete
just gonna let
opposite.
that
It's one
slide.
man's yeah, one man's treasure is another man's trash. Like that's truly how this is. It's if only the statement could be any more like mean. And I want to I think I want to end it on these 2 points. Um The problems that we see in this movie are often caused by it's flooded with too many characters that could use this movie as a launching pad for something new while also not committing to um its past what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, its past commitments. And so with that, like one, this is not a good launching point for your X-Men universe. Two, this is a bad representation of how you're going to start out your next trilogy, possibly with Spider Man. And the three, for the love of God, please never do that again. And I think a pretty accurate statement to make about the quote unquote villain in this is made by your favorite Mr. Mahler. Um, Jean Grey being called an absolute a quantum retard is fairly accurate. And I feel the same about Spider-Man, except for he's just a it's more like instead of saying Spider-Man, it's Tom Holland is a idiot and he maintains that idiot nature even after being as successful as he has been. So I think that would be a good point for us to call it an end for this wonderful episode.
Yes, we
Sad
have
episode, but at the same time,
we've
it's
been
over.
going for 4 hours, and for once, with all the other episodes so far, I have been able to cut them down because of a lot of off-topic discussion. This one's not been off-topic. We've been super on it, and so there's nothing I can cut out. It's just going to be 4 hours.
Well, no, you remember you gotta cut the blank out in the middle. That's about it. Or
Yeah, that's
we
about
had a
it.
bathroom break.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And,
this is gonna be a
oh,
long one,
I forgot,
but it's gonna
dude.
be
I totally forgot. I need to announce this. It's not going to be, dude. It's they're going to get to the end of the 4 hours, and I'm making this announcement now. This is episode 4 of our podcast, but because it's topical about Spider-Man, we are going to be releasing it next. I just uploaded episode 2 days ago. So this is going to be coming out before episode 3, which we've already recorded, because I've decided to take inspiration from the great George Lucas. That is the reason Star Wars made so much money is because he was releasing them out of order. And as soon as Disney started releasing them in order, they lost money. That is obviously the only reason. And so I'm following his marketing strategy. So episode 4 is coming out before episode 3. I'm announcing that now, 4 hours in.
don't worry, it's fine. Yes. So we thank you all for whoever's tuned into the podcast. We ask that you just Stop in, say hi if you want or whatever. And definitely I wouldn't say that this time this has been wild opinions. I think these are more or less justified opinions. So, yeah, have fun, be crazy, and if you're going to commit to something, follow through with it. Don't change your mind after you've made like a large decision and then go back on it like Tom Holland in Spider-Man.
Like most writers, like every MCU writer, this is a problem with every MCU movie. It's just Brand New Day is the most recent, and it's one of the worst examples, to be fair. Like, this isn't a matter of like you were going to kill off a character and then brought like a single character and then brought them back. This is a matter of you've undone every single plot point from the previous movie unceremoniously.
Yeah, it's basically um a cinematic crucifixion of the previous trilogy.
Yeah,
So, well, this has been Wild Opinions. I'm Wild, and he's
I'm favor.
Favor, and it's almost three
And
o'clock in the morning for me again.
yo, nice.
Yeah, and I woke up at like 8 o'clock this morning, so I'm approaching 19 hours awake, and my body is going, it's time to go to sleep. So, thank you, Favor. It's been fun, but
Thank you,
it is time
Wild.
for
It
me to
has
go.
been fun. All
Yes,
right. I will talk to you at some point. And for the audience, we will be back recording at some point. Who knows?
eventually. Not about movies though, because there's nothing interesting coming out anytime soon. So.
Yeah. All right. Bye.